and welcome to the April 12th, 2022 meeting of the Milton Conservation Commission. Commission members are appointed by the Select Board to implement the rules and regulations of the Wetlands Protection Act and the Town of Milton bylaw governing wetlands. As a matter of formality and in accordance with the open meeting law, we invite all comers, all citizens to speak, ask questions, make comments, but we do ask that you identify yourself when doing so. Also, as a matter of formality, we introduce ourselves. My name is John Kiernan.
I'm Steve Ibis, conservation agent.
Hans, I'll just do, why don't I call out because I'm just looking at the screen. Hans, can you identify yourself next?
Sure, Hans Van Lingen.
And Todd next.
Todd Hamilton, member.
Ingrid.
Ingrid Bay.
And Wendy.
Hi, I'm Wendy Garpa, one of the commissioners.
Arthur Doyle. You're on mute. Arthur, you're on mute.
How fortunate for everyone. Ever.
Thanks, Arthur, very much. And Tom Palmer.
Tom, here I am.
All right, thank you very much. And now, as a matter of organization, I'd like to address, before we begin officially with number one on the agenda, it's probably going to be a long meeting, so I want to identify some agenda items that will not go forward. And the first one, somebody may want to resist or respond, but I believe that 648, 652 Canton Avenue, which is a 40B request that has not yet exited from the ZBA. They do not have a comprehensive permit. And the legal opinion that we have is, and I'll acknowledge right off the bat, it's a Superior Court case, involving the town of Weston, that suggests that the comprehensive permit is necessary before the notice of intent is addressed before the Conservation Commission. I acknowledge it's not an appeals court, it's not the Supreme Judicial Court, but it's the only precedent we have as a well-written opinion that suggests that the comprehensive permit is necessary before filing. So my off-the-cuff reaction is to delay this until the hearing is closed. I think it's actually on tonight before the ZBA, and they may close it tonight. If anybody knows, they can speak up. Hans, do you have something?
I did have a question just for a quick clarification on that. Is it that we can't open the hearing or open the application, or is it we can't issue a decision until?
Open the hearing. Good question, but the case that I referred to does say open the hearing, file the notice of intent.
Okay.
Now, in fairness, we've done it before. We actually did it at 711 Randolph Avenue. We also did it at the Ice House. So they were contemporaneous filings. We did them both at the same time. And that was before that I saw the Superior Court opinion that said that it should go in sequence and the comprehensive permit should be issued first. And I don't know if Phil Cordero, if you're here, and whether or not you've got 648, 652. Is there anybody here on that issue?
I just admitted Phil, so he may be catching up.
All right, because Phil is on the 582 Blue Hill Avenue, but there are many people that from the public that may be interested in 648 Canton Avenue. And I believe to stay in compliance with at least the Superior Court order, we should defer until there is a comprehensive permit. And Kevin Freitag, are you on board here? You may want to weigh in on that. I thought I saw him before, but I don't see him on the screen now.
I thought I saw him as well, John, before.
He is, but he's muted.
Are you muted? Kevin, are you there? I don't know if you were able to hear what I said, but my inclination is to continue the notice of intent for 648, 652 Canton Avenue based on the Superior Court opinion that mandates that the filing of the notice of intent and our addressing the notice of intent await the issuance of the ZBA's issuance of a comprehensive permit. So my inclination is to delay this matter until the comprehensive permit is issued or denied or whatever the ZBA is inclined to do. Kevin, do you have a view on that? Kevin, I can't hear you. I think you're muted. It doesn't look it, but I can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir. I can indeed.
Good evening, Mr. Chair. Kevin Freitag from the Office of Town Council. So I'm going to defer to your take on it, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you. The only precedent we have, and I don't know if you were listening before, Kevin, I acknowledge it's not appeals court or SJC, but the Superior Court indicates that the consideration of the notice of intent must await the issuance of a comprehensive permit. And I don't know if Phil Cadero is on board. And I'm just presuming, because it's the same applicant, that that Phil is on board for the 648 to 652 Canton Avenue, as well as the 582 Blue Hill Avenue. Phil, can you hear me on that?
I can, Mr. Chairman. I am on the call this evening.
All right, thank you. And Phil, are you on the 648, 652 Canton Avenue project as well as Blue Hill Avenue?
Yes, I am, sir.
All right, and I think you have seen the opinion that was sent by originally by Ned Cochran, and I don't see any case law to the contrary. So my inclination is to defer this until after that matter has concluded before the ZBA.
We understand your position and certainly will defer to you on your choice on it. Just to update the commission, we have closed the public hearing with the Zoning Board of Appeals. They are currently in their deliberation phase on the decision.
All right, so that we can then put it on for the next agenda, and I think that is in full compliance with the Superior Court order, albeit for a different town. And I just didn't want members of the public to be waiting around this, because I think the first few items on the agenda may take some time. There is also a matter of number 6 on the agenda is 1452 Canton Avenue. And Steve, correct me if I'm wrong, is that the one that I had difficulty with the timing of the abutter notice?
Yes, exactly.
All right, I think they only missed it by a day. And I hate to put form over substance, but I believe that the public is entitled to the full notification, and it is part of our regulations that they have to provide notice 5 days before, 5 business days before the hearing, and they just missed it. So that would be number 6. That needs also to go over to our May hearing. And also on the agenda is number 9. That's a request for certificate of compliance from 105 Cabot Street. And we have a written request for continuance on that matter as well. So we will put that one on for the May hearing. Steve, do you have the date for the May hearing?
Yes, I do. It is May 10. 10.
May 10.
10.
All right, so number 9 on the agenda, number 7 on the agenda, and number 6 on the agenda will go to May 10th. Thank you very much. That leads us to number 1 on the agenda, which is the omnibus land swap proposal for the annual town meeting article. This is land at Blue Hills Parkway and Guile Road. And to provide an update to commission members and to members of the public, there has been a revision in the proposed land swap. Originally, the proposal was to take, and I'm going to round off numbers here, it's 6+ acres on Guile Road that is owned by the Conservation Commission. That is, the deed is in the name of the Conservation Commission. And the proposal is to have the Conservation Commission vote to swap that land to be used for a project by the school building committee and the school committee in exchange for, now I'm going to give you the original proposal first and then move to the amended proposal. First, it was to accept approximately 3 acres of land on Herrick Drive, plus approximately 7 acres of land off of Randolph Avenue for a total of 10 acres. After some deliberation, we've had public meetings on this issue. We've taken a site walk to look at all 3 parcels. The proposal has now been amended to add to the land in exchange for the Guile Road property. The following parcel of land is approximately 6 acres, also on Guile Road, but it's the land between Guile Road and the Pine Tree Brook. So if one were to leave the Blue Hills Parkway and walk towards the high school up the hill, the part of the exchange would be the Conservation Commission land on the right in exchange for the Park Department land on the left, and that's approximately 6 acres as well. Now that 6 acres would be in addition to the 7 on Randolph Avenue and the 3 on Herrick Drive. So the proposed land swap, and I'm approximating here, is the 6 acres of conservation land on Guile Road in exchange for 16 acres, cumulatively collecting all of those 3 parcels. Now, that proposal was actually formalized this morning at a public meeting by the Park Commission. The Park Commission voted unanimously to contribute that parkland as part of the exchange. The parkland that I'm referring to is the Guile Road property between the Guile Road and the Pine Tree Brook. So that was added by unanimous consent of the Park Commission. Thereafter, at a 9 o'clock meeting, that was a joint meeting between the Select Board and the School Building Committee. The proposal was considered and the Select Board voted to support that addition to the land swap. So that which is before us this evening is a proposed land swap. It will go to town meeting at the May town meeting in an article that has been proposed by the Select Board to include the following. First, the land owned by the Conservation Commission, approximately 6+ acres on Guile Road, would be exchanged and in return would receive, that is the Conservation Commission, would receive the following 3 parcels: the 3 acres approximately at Herrick Drive, 7 acres approximately on Randolph Avenue, and the 6 acres approximately at Guile Road between the roadway and the Pine Tree Brook. That is the proposal that is before us this evening for consideration and a vote by the Conservation Commission. I know there are a number of persons that would like to speak to this proposal this evening, and I would invite them, and I would invite any member of the public, whether in a butter or not, to be heard. Because we expect a lengthy meeting this evening, we've got some lengthy projects and somewhat complex projects on the agenda. So I would ask people to limit their presentation as much as possible as a courtesy to other, both proponents and opponents, so that we can move this along in an expeditious fashion. And if you're joining us for the first time this evening, this matter has been discussed at previous public meetings. So I'd ask that you need not repeat yourself, since the public and particularly the Conservation Commission has heard presentations in the past. So first I would call upon Sean O'Rourke to speak on behalf of the School Building Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Sean O'Rourke, Chair of the School Building Committee and also Town Meeting Member of Precinct 8. I want to thank essentially all the committees, all the boards to essentially get us to where we are here tonight. Town Council has been working with me hand in hand since last August, along with the town planner, to come to essentially the proposal that we give to you tonight. I did ask Mike Zulis to prepare some opening statements. So if I may, Mr. Chair, call upon Mike.
You may indeed. That's welcome. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sean. Thank you, Mr. Kiernan. Thank you, members of the commission, Mr. Ivas. I will be very brief because Sean has the substance of the proposal as it has changed, but I think it's important, again, to provide an overview of the perspective of the School Building Committee, and I will do my very best. I will be brief, and I will do my very best not to repeat some of the things that I mentioned last week, but I perhaps might, just for the benefit of perhaps the commissioners who may not have been here last week. As I mentioned last week, this is a consequential decision. It is a decision that will affect thousands of Milton families and tens of thousands of Milton school children in the years and decades to come. just as the decisions were made by boards and commissions 20 years ago to rebuild our schools and benefited nearly 10,000 Milton school children since then. We have our decisions to make now. As I mentioned last week, that is their legacy, and what we do tonight will be part of our legacy. The school building committee, as Mr. Keener mentioned, working with town officials and the select board and the parks commissioners, all unanimous, has come up with a plan that results in more protected conservation land, as Mr. Kiernan pointed out, more than double. And the school building committee sees this as a win-win. Just as with the fire building committee, working with the neighborhood groups in East Milton, the school building committee wants to continue to work with the neighborhood groups on this project so that it would be a positive one, not only for the families and the school children, but also for those in the neighborhood. We also want this to be a win-win for the neighborhood. But I think it's important to remember that after all the work that has gone into this for nearly 3 years by the school building committee and the planning directors and the experts and the lawyers and town officials and state officials and neighborhood groups, this is the only option. Without a positive vote tonight, the nearly 3 years of work of the school building on a new school building stops. The next step, as I mentioned last week, will be to investigate trailers to house our elementary school students. It will be a lousy educational environment for our kids, and it will continue for a long time if we can't move forward tonight and at town meeting in May. And it will be very, very costly for our town. Now, I understand, and our committee understands, and we appreciate, and we empathize with, and we share the desire to conserve land. This desire to keep this land, our desire is, we share that desire, and the desire to keep this land the same as it was nearly half a century ago when it was sold to the town, and the same as it was long before that. We understand that desire. We understand the desire to keep land untouched and unchanged. But we need to educate our kids. And to educate our kids, we need a building. And the work of the school building committee and so many others for nearly 3 years has shown that this parcel is not only the best place for a school building, it is the only place for a school building. Now, I hope the commissioners will see this as a win-win-win. I hope you'll vote in favor of it so that our work on a school building does not come to an end tonight, and that we can continue our work for Milton's future and for our school children. And with that, I'll defer to Mr. O'Rourke, who will lay out the specifics of the proposal as it has changed. Mm-hmm. Thank you, Mr. Kiernan. Thank you, commissioners.
Yeah, thank you very much. And Mr. O'Rourke, before you begin, can you just make sure you address an issue that's actually come up in the past, and that is, just in summary fashion, what was your alternatives analysis? I mean, did you look at other locations? And we don't need all the details, but I just want to know what effort was made to look at other locations.
Yes, sir. So our initial start to this process was we pulled previous town administrator John Cronin into a conference room with us, along with previous town planner Bill Clark. We looked through a number of privately owned parcels, town-owned parcels, and they were pulling out historic maps that we were digging through. That was our first kind of dive into this, and it was at the tail end of the first year, 2019, when we started looking into these things, and it kind of spurred our committee. I actually broke off a subgroup at that time to focus specifically on land. Through that next 2 years, roughly a year and a half, we studied the parcels. Members of our committee drove around and looked at parcels to see what they look like. We contacted private parties as far as Milton Academy, the hospital. As Mike alluded to, we have exhausted all options at this point. the ease of doing this has not been easy. We've been, it's been a lot of effort, and this is for us the best, option that we came up to, and we've thoroughly thought it out. We've looked at this, and that's why we're here to present it tonight.
Well, let me ask you a specific question. That is, among the alternative sites that you looked at, did you look at the Guile Road property between the roadway and Pine Tree Brook?
We did. So I'm going to touch on that on our presentation. So part of initially when we looked at that, because it was parks land, not conservation land, we thought it would be an easier lift to acquire that property to build a school. But part of the work we've been doing as a committee, a lot of us work in the construction industry, and we're calling in favors to friends that are colleagues. We called in for that specific parcel a gentleman from BHB Engineering. He was an environmental engineer for them. We did kind of a site survey of it, and we did that back in May 2021. I think is the time frame for it. When we started looking at there, he was educating us essentially on the wetlands that occurred on there, the boundaries of some of the stuff that goes on. And what we found was that parcel, while it was this big, started shrinking. And we had at the time about a 4-acre minimum, which wasn't big enough now that we're realizing that. But at the time, we had about a 4-acre threshold where we said that's what we need to build a school. As we started cutting back that land based on the boundaries that we're finding, we were getting below 3 acres. So it just didn't become an option for us. So we did look at it, but it wasn't one that we felt we could build the school on.
All right, thank you. And I didn't mean to interrupt your presentation, so my apologies for distracting you, but go ahead and pick up where you left off.
No, it's very, very good foreshadowing. I mean, Mike's introduction and your questions kind of lead into it. So if I may share my screen, I'll do that.
Yes, of course.
Sorry, just trying to. And just let me know when it comes through.
Yeah, we can see it.
And
Okay, perfect. Thank you. So, is the main question, I'm sorry to, what I've done for this presentation, I've tried not to repeat information that we presented at our last meeting, but this one speaks volumes. This is basically the enrollment in the schools since 2008. And as you can see, it's grown dramatically. I'm not going to replay the video of the overcrowding of everything that we've done, but the schools were built for a lot less capacity than what they're housing today. We've run out of space. I mean, the schools are crunched. And I think one of the key things in all the unanimous votes that we've come across up to this point is the acknowledgement of that. Nobody's questioning whether we need a new school anymore. It's they know we need it, and that's the momentum we have behind us. So as a school building committee, what our plan to do is at this site is construct a new upper middle school, which would house 7th and 8th grade. The reason it works for this site also is the synergy with the high school. The proximity to it, we can leverage some of the existing parks, fields and stuff like that. The other key one that comes in that not a lot of people are aware of, there used to be a early education system with the high school and the preschool. And what it means is high school kids can walk down and teach some of the preschool children. And that having this site and that is tremendous. So quickly, as Mike alluded to, we've been working close to 3 years now. We were formed in 2019. In May, in the town meeting, the winter town meeting of 2020, when I took over, I announced that we were going to find land. That was my stated goal. The following August is when we arrived at this land, and it was published in the Milton Times. We put it out there for everybody to know. Since August, we have been doing nothing but public engagement, meeting with neighbors, running public forums, trying to get input from everybody with the hope of hitting a town meeting in May with a positive vote. The timeline we see here is a scary one to me. This is the time that it's going to take, assuming we get a positive vote in May and all the other dominoes align, of when we would open a school. And as you can see, it's 2030. And you know, with the children of the town knowing how crowded we are now in this timeline, this is why it's so critical of a vote that we're presenting. Any delay in this delays it going up to the state legislature and delays this whole project. So for us, that's the concern. So the site selection, you know, as I mentioned, Mr. Chair, we've looked at a number of parcels. We issued a request for proposals. We were willing to purchase land. Again, we didn't have any funding. We were going to figure that out if somebody came to us with land. There were no responses. We had zero. You know, we worked with the town. They provided us the list that I showed last time of 107 parcels. 72% of that were below 4 acres. So the remaining stuff that was there already has schools, already has parks, you know, the town hall, cemetery, you know, all the larger portions of parcels of land that we could utilize are already occupied. We did talk to private sites. We talked to St. Mary's. We talked to St. Pius, the Archdiocese. We looked at the horse farm. We looked at that's up here off the access road. We talked to the hospital. We talked to Milton Academy. We for lack of a better word, we've exhausted all public land, all private land that we've looked at. So part of me, you know, I've been doing a lot of look back on kind of how we've come to where we're at. And that's where the idea of adding in additional land, you know, as you alluded to, Mr. Chair, you know, we looked at the land on the other side of Gowell Road, and part of me was like, can we add that back into this equation as part of this? And, you know, based on everybody's support this past week and the amount of turnaround, how quickly it's happened, we've got it. But where it came through was kind of a precedent. So part of what we were doing too, I mean, we've scoured the previous construction drawings just to kind of see things of how they did things back in 2001. What we found was there was Gowell Road that was extended in 2001 as part of the previous school building project. So what that did is essentially create a precedent for this land swap. So that was kind of how we got to here too, of like, there's already been a land swap done at this parcel, which is the parcel in question, the conservation land, for another parcel. So in our mind, blind as a school building committee, we saw this and said, it's already been done. So on this one here, to extend Gowell Road down to Blue Hills Parkway, they had to take a small portion, which is shown in red there, and trade it for a larger portion, which is in the upper left-hand corner of the blue. So that vote, you know, created what you see of Gowell Road now. So when we looked at that, we said, can we replicate that and add this parcel of land that's used for active recreation back into the equation to essentially, you know, to appease, you know, the comments or concerns that have come up from Conservation Commission. You know, when we look at it, it lends itself, you know, I mean, we think it will work well. It will unify with the adjacent parcels to create another singular parcel of conservation land. Now, the question you had, Mr. Chair, about us investigating, you know, this is a little busy of a slide, and I happily walk through it, you know, as commentary comes up. But what we looked at here was the wetland boundary, and I'll do my best to point to it. On the existing drawings, civil drawings that we had from the 2001 construction project, there were wetland flags, and they're this solid blue line that extend up. From there, what we did is work with VHB and our own CAD program that we have, and just basically draw in that 100-foot buffer that was in there, and basically look at, you know, roughly how much space it would have. And like I said, it was roughly about 2.8 acres. So in our mind, it didn't even hit that 4-acre threshold that we need. Keep in mind too, you know, the parcel that we're looking at in the presentation we've given before, we're tight on a six to 7 acre parcel. There's definitely no way we would fit on a 2 to 4 acre parcel. So as I mentioned, the precedent that we're looking at in 2001 at May town meeting, Article 50, there was an Article 97 land swap done to the conservation land that's in question tonight. So for us, there was, and it was passed by town meeting. It obviously was passed by all the boards leading up to that. So for us, that set essentially a precedent for what we're looking for tonight. So again, another look at that land that was there. Previously, the good thing with Google Earth right now is they have historic satellite images. So what you're seeing here is the 2001 aerial view of that area before the construction. So what they show the road in Google Maps, but you can see it's a fully wooded area. And, the cut through to Blue Hill Parkway isn't there. 2003, 3 years later, there is a road constructed right through that area that was just highlighted and touching Blue Hills Parkway. So it's again setting the precedent of what we're asking you to vote for, in the affirmative tonight. So, Mr. Chair, as you alluded, this is the previous proposed land swap that we had, and I apologize if my numbers are a little more accurate, but the one we're looking at tonight, by adding approximately 6 acres in, doubles the amount of conservation land that would be under your control for your committee. The main thing that we've come to, since last week is a number of unanimous votes. The one vote I touch on a lot is our revised grade configurations to accommodate this school. So the vote you'll make tonight is change. Like, we fully admit that it's a tough vote. But the school committee was faced with a very similar vote, not for land, but reconfiguring all the grades throughout an entire district to accommodate this project. They voted unanimously on it. We went in front of the select board last week on Wednesday and gave this proposal, hoping they would take the first step, towards this project that we've been working on so long. Again, they voted unanimously. Since then, we understand that we want this project to move forward, and I've done my best to identify any additional parcels of land. So since last week that we met, we've got the Parks Commissioners on board. They voted this morning unanimously, and the Select Board this morning, again, voted unanimously. So at all of those votes, everyone has acknowledged, the need for the school. And I think they realize, from their intimate knowledge of the town, that the land just does not exist outside of this parcel. So when our committee does say this is our only option for where we're at, we feel this is confirmation of that. And with that, I think that's my last slide.
Mr. O'Rourke, I thank you very much. It was succinct and informative, and I'm much appreciative. And keep in mind that the Conservation Commission is, faced with a decision tonight. But whether you're for it or not in favor of it, it's all public interest. I mean, this is, I think Mike Zulis said, this is a win-win. I mean, everybody here is motivated by good intent, and in doing and acting and speaking on behalf of the public good. One of the things that the Conservation Commission is looking at is to see whether or not there's a net benefit to the Conservation Commission, because we're looking to protect resources, we're looking to enhance protected areas, we're looking at open space. So to us, I can speak for myself at this juncture, at this point, to more than double the amount of protected land is a very significant net benefit to the Conservation Commission and to the resources that we protect. So it looks like a positive, very positive development with respect to this enhanced additional 6 acres. I think we're most definitely headed in the right direction. And one of the problems that we had, and we discussed at the last public meeting, was that it's sometimes difficult to compare upland value to protected resource areas, because the different systems for evaluating the different land masses. But I think at this juncture, by more than doubling the acreage that in terms of open space. This is a very significant positive benefit. Now, there's some others that would like to ask some questions, and in particular, I know that there are some folks at Home Inc. that had some concerns with the wetlands delineation. And I'd like to take a step back, and I said it on March 26th, that there is a difference between land that we own by deed and the land that we protect by statute. So that whether we hold the land by deed or not, we still have a statutory obligation to protect the resource area. And those resource areas that we protect can be on the property or off the property. So we measure our jurisdiction from the wetlands wherever they are. So some of the folks at Home Inc., I think, had indicated some concern with wetlands that's actually on their property. We use that as a mechanism to protect the land that if the swap were to go through, we would still protect that land. Right now, we do not have a project before us. If a project were to come before us in the future, we would apply all of the performance standards of the Wetlands Protection Act and all the performance standards of the Milton Town Bylaw to protect those resource areas, whether or not they're on the property or not. So our jurisdiction doesn't change. And there was some talk about a vernal pool that has not been certified as a vernal pool. It may be. We have asked for a consultant to come in. Now would we obviously be required to get the permission from the Home Inc. folks to do that. But that is going to be protected. And we're not offering that. We're protecting that potential vernal pool, just as we're protecting the wetlands that are on the property at Home Inc. So please differentiate between jurisdictional authority versus deeded ownership. Even if the swap were to take place, we do not lose our jurisdictional control over that property. So with that, is there anyone from Home Inc. that had a question? We've received a number of different letters, and I'm certainly not restricting this to the folks at Home Inc. There are many people that may have a question or a comment. If somebody could raise their hand.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
May. My name is James Brown.
Yes, sir.
And I am a resident of Home Inc. and also a resident of Milton, of course. I've had 3 sons graduate from Milton High School and go through the entire Milton school system. I have a grandchild currently at Collycott. I'm an ardent advocate for enhancing our school system and improving the educational environment for our students in our community. I'm also, at least from a layperson's point of view, an environmentalist and a conservationist. And I'm a lifelong member of the Audubon Society, the National Parks and Conservation Association, and Yellowstone Forever, the agency that's charged with preserving that wonderful resource, Yellowstone National Park. What concerns me today is, and I think there's a great deal of merit in terms of, what's being talked about in terms of enhancing the schools. I don't take any exceptions with any of that whatsoever. But the matter before the committee, and I think you addressed it, sir, is the value of all these lands that are being swapped or considered and the impact on the environment and the conservation land that we have. I think we all can agree that this particular land and the other parcels that are being talked about are really very important. They're right in the middle of the town. They abut schools. It's a wonderful resource. I'd like to point out just a couple of things. First, I'm concerned, in all honesty, and I'm not talking about the intentions of anybody whatsoever. I agree 100% with your statement about the goodwill intentions and the hard work that's gone on among many, many people, particularly the school building committee. But tonight's meeting is not about schools, it's about conservation land.
Right.
And while we've had a very good presentation, and I appreciate that very much, where's the presentation about the conservation land, where the wetlands are, where the possible vernal pools are, where the runoff might be? Perhaps you've seen that already And if I'm late to the party, I apologize for that. But it's,
My apologies.
no, that's fine.
I can't get rid of it. Sorry, bud.
One of my concerns overall, and it's the first time I'm hearing of it, is I'm concerned just about the rush nature of this. This morning now there's 2 meetings, none of which I think most of us knew anything about, that take place, which in some extent are the driving force here. I think that's unfortunate that we have 2 meetings and then on the same day, we're reacting to the outcome of those 2 meetings. Again, I'm not questioning anybody's motives whatsoever. But I am questioning the need for the rush. I also take exception, even though I appreciate the sincerity behind it, that if you don't vote in favor of this tonight, this whole project is going to go someplace else. And it's going to stop, it's going to end. There's never been a project in the history of public works that hasn't said, this is the final, and then it turns out not to be the final. So I ask you tonight to consider that this is, as information has come forth, we have not had time here at Home Inc. I'm an attorney, but I'm not representing anybody else but myself. But I think my sentiments are consistent with what many, many people, 98 homes in Home Inc. Think and believe. We have not had time to sit down and evaluate the merits of the new parcel because it's the first time we've heard of it. And I think that it would be inappropriate for the Conservation Commission to vote on that until we've had a time to review how that might affect our land that abuts the conservation land, as well as the merits of these particular parcels on their own merits. So I would ask you tonight to consider that and consider not voting tonight. And again, we're looking at a 8 or 10 or 15-year time frame. I'm not sure that this would make much difference, but I think it would provide for a better outcome and a more broadly supported outcome. The last thing I want to say is regarding this is that we have to look to the Lamb sisters who arranged for the land to come to the town, and it was their intention that this land be preserved for conservation purposes. I think that's a very important covenant we had as a town with people. And I think, and I know you don't, but I suggest, breaking that covenant is a very serious step. And we can't break it just on the basis, well, it's more convenient or we get something greater in return. That was not what was agreed at the time that the land was given. And while it may be legally appropriate to do, I suggest is a matter of trust. And I know that the Lamb heirs have spoken out against this and seeing it as a break of that trust. I believe you received a letter from them.
You are correct, sir. We did, and it's part of the public record.
And so that's an important consideration. It may well turn out to be that the land, as you articulate, that you're gaining a great deal more land. However, I point out that this is land that's not likely to be developed anyway. And so it's still being preserved as open space without the loss of the conservation land that was, I'll call it the Lamb sisters conservation land. So I think this requires greater deliberation, more input, and I know there's a difference of opinions about the amount of input the abutters have had in some of these matters. A lot of this is in conceptual stage too. There are renderings, we saw them in the paper recently, but those are all just somewhat speculative in nature as more details evolve. I'm going to ask on behalf of myself, and I think on behalf of many like-minded residents of Home Inc., all of whom are lifetime residents of the school, of the town, and supportive of the schools. And I want to make that point that, someone said to me, oh, now that you have all your children grown, you're not interested in the schools. my conversations with the residents of Home Inc. is nothing could be farther from the truth. Absolutely nothing. And that should be taken off the table whatsoever. We all had children who went through the schools. Many people are lifetime residents of Milton. Many have grandchildren in the schools, and we almost always were the largest or one of the largest taxpayers in the town. We're for supporting the schools, but we want to make sure that there's a deliberative process and that we're included to the extent appropriate in that deliberative process. So, in the interest of time, I would just say, we ask you not to vote on this, and if you do vote on this tonight, that you vote in a negative, but recognizing it could be a future vote. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, very, very articulate, and we're most appreciative. A couple of quick responses. You mentioned at one point that, you know, there need to be consideration for things like runoff. It's very important that the public understand that we do not have a project before us. And as I said before, even if we swamp the land, we don't lose our jurisdictional control over the resource areas, even if they're off property. So that when a project does come to us, we will be able to, you know, ascertain whether or not there's an impact on the wetlands and to correct it and ensure that there is full compliance with both the town bylaw and the state wetlands. And that's an important consideration, because I think at the last public meeting that we had, that Mr. O'Rourke said that he had met with the folks at Home Inc. early on and said, listen, we commit to working with you to participate and allow you to participate in the design plan. And I think, Arthur Doyle, I can't find you on the screen right now, but I think that you participated with Home Inc. very recently and indicated a willingness to you know, join with them and have them participate in the whole design project if it occurs in this plot. Arthur Doyle, I can't see you, but could you comment on that?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was invited by several members of Home Inc. to attend a meeting that was held on April 7th. And during that time, I outlined the way in which the conservation functions. There were questions specific to the vernal pool. I think you addressed that in your previous comments when you mentioned that the Conservation Commission would be willing to engage in the certification of that pool, which is located on Home Inc. property, but that it would do so only with the participation, collaboration, permission of Home Inc. per se. There were also discussions about and conversations about delineation jurisdiction, which you previously cited, and the non-disturbed portion of the Milton conservation bylaws and so on down the line. I thought it was a good exchange, and I was glad to see that Mr. Byers, in a letter that he recently sent, suggested that there be further collaboration with more clarification from the Conservation Commission.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. And I think that without even calling on Mr. O'Rourke, he would recommit to full participation in the design, and if we get to that position. Are there other, well, first of all, I should ask commissioners if there are any questions. Then Ms. Gallery, I'll get right back to you. Are the commissioners that have a comment or a question and would like to posit an issue?
I do.
Tom Palmer, go ahead.
I don't want to delay hearing from the public, but I would just briefly ask this other parcel across Guile Road that has been added to the offer. We've heard about it before in this process. Weren't we told that that was going to be the original swap parcel, but that the state said it wasn't appropriate because it was already Article 97 open space? And I would say, if that's the case, what are we really getting? We're changing the label on this parcel. that is already town-owned, already in the park department. So you may say we're getting additional land, but it's not as if we're getting land from a private owner that costs money. We're getting another freebie. And that's true of all these swap parcels. They're freebies. And you contrast that to the large investments that were made in the parcel we're asked to give up by the town, by the lands, and by, we believe, the state. We hope to have information about that. But major money was paid in 1978 to put this in conservation. And what's being offered to take it out of conservation? Zero, no money at all. Somehow it's become free. I think there's a hidden cost here. And the hidden cost is the value of that land, which is being converted from conservation to something else.
All right, Tom, if I could interrupt you just to correct a statement, because you've indicated that the original plan was that 6 acres for our 6.8 acres. That's a net loss. And I believe that's why EOEEA was concerned with it. This is an add-on of 6 acres on top of the 10. I know it comes out to about 15 acres, so forgive my math. But we're talking apples and oranges here because they're discomfort with only that parcel being swapped. It was not in addition to, it was in lieu of. Now it's in addition to, and that's a significant difference for us to the extent we're trying to protect open space. And you're right, this is a conservation issue, separate and distinct from the public good of the schools. If we look at it solely from the perspective of the conservation values that we protect, we're doubling the open space that we're protecting, doubling it.
Well, didn't I just say it's already open space? So how is it in addition to open space?
Well, if you make the same argument at a public meeting about the Randolph Avenue and said you thought that was not buildable. Ladies and gentlemen, about a quarter of a mile from, in fact, less than that, across the street in the same area of environmentally protected land, we've got 140B at 711. We've got another proposal at 728. That's the same kind of land that you suggested was unbuildable. I'm suggesting it is buildable and we need to protect it. That is a net benefit to the citizens of Milton.
I guess we disagree about that.
All right. Mr. Gallery, I think you were, there you are. Would you like to make a comment or ask a question? You're on mute. We still can't hear you. You're on mute, Mr. Gallery. Okay. Still muted. Why don't we come back to you as soon as you wave, as soon as you get the mute off? Is there another member of the public that would like to be heard?
You see my hand?
Joe Baduno, I see you, sir.
Yeah, I had my hand up. I'm trying to be polite. I wanted to piggyback.
You are always polite.
Well, maybe I won't be as polite tonight. Who knows, right? No, I'm joking, of course. I wanted to piggyback for a minute on the comments of the gentleman from Home Inc. I thought it was expressed really well and expressed a couple of points that need to come out. I also have a couple of questions here, so just bear with me. But, I've been feeling this too in the last couple of weeks, watching meetings and watching the different discussions and the actual fights going on at some of these meetings. The political pressure around this has become fierce. It really has. It's unfortunate. We're talking about two important things here. The larger and separate discussion about conservation land in our community, what it means, Article 97's rules and regulations, our commitments to the past, the people who secured this land, our commitments to the future, and the citizens, including children who will be benefactors of this land, is all getting lost or not really discussed. We keep talking about a school, a school, a school, and the overcrowdedness. We know the schools are overcrowded. That point has been made over and over again, and it's an important point. It's an urgent point. I don't know if it's like a national emergency, however. So the fact that we're constantly in this either or, no plan B, only option kind of thing is creating, I think, somewhat of an unfair climate for real serious debate and discussion around this. I know I'm feeling it. You almost don't want to speak because of the situation. And I don't think anyone's intentions are bad here. I think there's a kind of impatience and a rush to get to town meeting. I get it. I totally get that, okay? But we are deciding some important things here. One question I just have to ask, I mean, is what if hypothetically this conservation land wasn't on the table, if it wasn't available? I think as this gentleman said at Home Inc., I'm sure it would force the building committee and the town leaders to think of an option or come up with another option. I know that's not pleasant. I'm not trying to, say that's necessarily the way to go. However, I think in fairness, we would find another way. I've taught in portable classrooms. Yeah, I taught successfully for many years in very sophisticated portable classrooms at the community college that I taught in. I don't think that's great. I'm not advocating for that, but we're gonna have to do it temporarily. We're not gonna have a building for 7 years anyway. So in some ways, as the gentleman said, do we need to rush this much? I mean, we're gonna be dealing with this problem in the months and years ahead anyway. We have to. So why sidestep kind of the democratic and legislative process and procedures in the community? Another question I have is, are we still collecting data? I thought, the Conservation Commission was still reaching out. The division, the State Division of Conservation Services is supposed to be weighing in very soon about the money. Was there any state or federal money involved in this? I got an email from a Tom Anderson, who's the Conservation Restriction Reviewer, and he said that there may be grants which assisted in this acquisition, and we're researching this, and they were having a meeting today, he said, on Tuesday, today, to bring together research that they've been finding to see what the story is on the funding of this. And that could have something to do with the outcome of how this land can be used or not used. They're looking, this is their job. So that's still in the offing. There's also a DCR forester coming out to do an evaluation of the land very shortly, and a trained forester who is with the Southeastern Massachusetts Division of DCR to take a look at these trees, evaluate. The trees are not old growth, absolutely not, but they could be in the range of legacy trees, which just gets me back to the point. I think by talking about acreage alone, when we're talking about the swap, we're doing a disservice to the unique resource values or the unique resource that this particular piece of land may have. So the name game, the label game we're playing here is a little disturbing in some ways. I think ultimately it's an easy way to sell the public and sell town meeting members that we're getting this deal. There may be acreage, but my question to you, John, is have we solved the question of value yet? That was something I thought we were waiting to hear on. Upping the ante like this makes it tougher, it puts more pressure on us to kind of really investigate the resource value of this particular piece of land. It's not just a bunch of trees along the street, an empty lot waiting to be developed by anybody for any reason. What if we change the label on this land, the designation, it becomes municipal use land, and then for whatever reason, a school isn't built there? That lost forever, that conservation status? Will it revert back? Does it become open to a 40B? I have no idea. Those are things also to consider, as well as impacts, I think, that we haven't really talked much about. And of course, I mean, this gets into, people start to think your head's in the clouds, but climate change, we got a 360 tree initiative. Well, we probably got more than 360 trees on that lot that would classify, would meet that requirement of the 360 trees. And also, of course, they sequester carbon, and the bigger they are, the more they do that. So that's another piece of the uniqueness of that particular lot. So, you know, I just think all of these things need to be discussed, not lost in the discussion and the panic about the overcrowded schools, which we know is a problem that needs to be solved.
All right, thank you very much. Once again, articulate and appreciate your comments. Another member of the public that would like to be heard? Yeah, yes, sir, Mr. Gallery, I got you.
Yes, can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
I'm Walter Gallery. I live at 6 Mountain Laurel Path at Home Inc. My unit directly abuts the parcels that are involved in this discussion. And we're within the shadow of the lights from the football field. I looked at a 1978 deed that transferred from the Land Sisters to the Conservation Committee the two parcels that are under consideration. And that deed included a restriction against building. Why is that not being considered?
It has been at our last public meeting. That was directly addressed. Town council was here, made a presentation. We have it written as part of the record that deed restriction expired after 30 years, which would have been the year 2008. Kevin Freitag, I think, is still on board. I don't see him, but if he is, would you confirm what I just said, Kevin?
Yes, thank you, Kevin Freitag from the Office of Town Council. That's right. Is that restriction lapsed 30 was conveyed.
Where was that restriction included? Not in the original deed.
I missed the question, Walter.
That restriction, the expiration of the restriction was not included in the deed description.
In what deed description? I'm sorry.
The original transfer deed description in 1978 did not include any expiration date. It just said the land would not be built upon, it would be maintained in its natural state.
That's correct. And that's why we went to town council for the legal opinion.
And where did the 30 years come from?
The 30 years comes from 184, I believe it's section 32, restrictions in deeds of this nature lapse after years.
Kevin, you're breaking up a little bit. Could you start again?
Yeah, the gentleman, no expiration date on the deed in the deed. However, as that deed restriction lapses in law 30 years after the deed, which the fact that there is no 30-year expiration stated in the deed. Simply, you can't restrict property in a deed for 30 years unless you do something more. There could have been other deeds that were filed after or other actions. That matter of law, that deed restriction lapsed.
I see. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you. Are there any other questions or comments from members of the public? Ann Sheffield, I see you waving. Welcome.
Okay, hi. I just wanted to say, I think that that the town council just kind of oversimplified things. The 30 years is the deed that actually went to Home Inc., but the deed to the town of the land doesn't expire. That's Article 97, and he said that clearly last time. So we're talking about two separate things. Home Inc., on Home Inc.'s land, they're not allowed to do things, or actually, sorry, now they are allowed to do things because that lapsed. But it didn't lapse on the conservation land, or that's the way I understood that he said it last week.
Kevin, can you address that? I heard you say the same thing last week that you just said.
Right, there is the piece regarding the prohibiting the construction of buildings. That piece has.
Kevin, you're continuing to break up. I don't know if it's your mic or what it is.
All right, let me try this here. How about that? Hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so the lady is correct. There is a restriction in the deed regarding the construction of buildings. That is in the deed from the Lamb sisters to the town. That portion of the deed, that restriction lapsed as a matter of law 30 years after the deed. There is also separate from that, there is language in the deed that specifically instructs portions of the property to be granted to the Conservation Commission. That is not a deed restriction. That is the direction of the property to the town, specifically to the Conservation Commission. That land stays with the Conservation Commission unless by law, the town proceeds through what we've sort of called the Article 97 process, which means a couple of Conservation Commission voting to approve the transfer of use of that portion of the property that was given directly to them to some other use. And also that town meeting votes by a 2/3 majority to change the use of the property, and that the legislature also votes by a 2/3 majority. So it's a separate process. That is the Article 97 process. That has not lapsed. That is in place, and that is part of that's the path that the town is taking here. And that's part of this vote tonight would be essentially the first step in that sequence of steps that would ultimately permit the extraordinary relief being sought here, which is that land in conservation be taken out of conservation. You have to get through over all of those hurdles before the land can come out of conservation.
Hey, Ms. Sheffield, did you hear all that?
Yes, I agree with that completely.
Thank you very much. Are there any other members of the public that would like to be heard? Ms. Wendy Garpo.
Mr. Freitag, could you just help me better understand? And I apologize. I was having a hard time understanding you because you were breaking up a little bit. I did hear the public discussion that happened last week, even though I was absent. I did watch it on cable access TV. And shout out to the awesome guys at Milton Cable Access TV. We really appreciate all the great work you guys do. But Mr. Freitag, if you would just help me better understand, you had said very clearly that the 30-year restriction of buildings on the land expired, and frankly, I'm having a hard time understanding how that happened. Is that something that you would be able to speak to?
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Yes, please.
So as a matter of law, and you could probably teach an entire property course in law school about this, about the ability for people to restrict the use of land when they convey it. And there's this whole theory that land shouldn't be forever restricted through way of transfers in deeds, that there's just this sort of general notion. But specifically in Mass General Laws, Chapter 184, there's a time limit that is put on restrictions in deeds. Not all restrictions. There are things like, there are other types of restrictions, for instance, that would have different time periods associated with them. This type of a restriction, which is just on there not being any buildings on the deed, on that property, only lasts for 30 years as a matter of law.
Ms. Whitney, could you take down your screen share, please? Thank you. Go ahead, Kevin.
That's basically it. It's in the general laws that unless there is some other action taken regarding the restriction, that the restriction lapses as a matter of law within 30 years.
And what kind of action might that be? What kind of action would be needed to prevent it from expiring?
No, as I sit here, I couldn't tell you the range of possibilities. I just know that we looked at this deed and there wasn't anything in here that showed that any subsequent action had been taken regarding the restriction And so it lapses.
And who would it be that would have taken action like that?
Again, I'm not, I think, in a position to answer the hypothetical. I mean, I suppose the town could have been involved in that. Or perhaps, I really don't want to go down that road because I would be guessing at that point. And I think it gets off the point, which is just that there was no action that we could find having been taken. So our analysis was that the restriction had lapsed.
Any other questions from commissioners? Or anyone else? Sean Burke, I see you waving.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sean Burke, 100 Whittier Road. Thank you for opening this up to public comment, and I will be brief. I have 2 kids in the Cunningham School. They have 27 and 26 kids in their classroom in 1st and 2nd grade. One of their classrooms is located in the library with an 8-foot temporary partition separating their classroom from library space. So while I think I've heard that we're all in consensus that the town needs a new school, I would argue that we've needed a new school for quite some time now. I've heard some comments about this being a rushed process and would state that this has been going on for nearly 3 years. There's been dozens of public meetings around this. There's been presentations, there's been hearings. I've attended a lot of them. And I think I do support the building committee's plan to put a new school, and I do support the plan to put it on this lot. So I understand people's concerns, but I don't feel that this is rushed. And I think that if we don't do something quickly, the schools are going to continue to be overcrowded, and it's going to be at a detriment to the education of the kids in the town. And I do think that the kids in our town deserve better than that. So I'd ask that the Conservation Commission consider that and support the land swap to go to town meeting. Also, it should be noted that this Article 97 does not end tonight. There's a robust process that continues here. There's a town meeting vote, there's a legislative vote, and then it also has to get signed by the governor's office. And my understanding is also that if an Article 97 is set up and deeded for the construction of a new school, if that project does not move forward, the land reverts back to the Conservation Commission and the swap is invalidated. So this is really just the first step in that process. And I would ask that the Conservation Commission support this first step so that the school committee, building committee can continue with this process. If the school building committee doesn't get a positive vote and isn't allowed to go to town meeting, there really is no reason for them to continue with the project when they don't have land to build on. So I want to thank you for your time. And as always, I appreciate the ability to comment in public.
All right, thank you very much, Sean. I'm grateful. Any comments, questions from commissioners? I don't see or hear any, but I do see Mary Whitney raising her hand.
I have to unmute.
We can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, great. I worked for the town for a long time. I was a public health nurse. Excuse me. And I had 4 kids go through the school. Beautiful. But there was a lot of disruption back in the 80s and 90s. My kids went to trailers. Some went half days, some went whole days. I mean, it was really, I wonder if everybody has the history of overcrowding, and it comes and goes. But I'm not going to dwell on that. I live at Homing. I love it. It's a beautiful place, and I can't imagine a school beside us. It is a beautiful conservation land. And I'm going to read you one sentence from the Lamb descendants who sent it to the Conservation Committee. That's all I'm going to do.
Thank you very much, Ms. Whitney.
What? Are you listening?
Yes, ma'am. I thought you were finished. I simply
No,
said
no,
thank you.
no. I'm going to read the sentence.
Okay.
We know they sold this land with explicit restrictions that it remain undeveloped and public land in perpetuity. That's all I'm going to say. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, very
And
much.
I'm a school supporter.
Thank you. Very nice. Are there any other comments, members of the public? I don't want to cut off public debate, but I do want to move this along. Pete, go ahead, sir.
Thank you. I want to strongly oppose the transfer of this land, and I think for a lot of reasons. There hasn't been a real comparative assessment of the conservation value of the various parcels. And I think if it was done so, I think we would find that the proposed lands that are supposed to add to the conservation inventory of the town, which I disagree that it does, have equivalent value to this beautiful, mature upland forest. There isn't other land like this in the town. I submitted a letter last week, and so it's in the record. I didn't have a chance to speak to it, so I won't do it all, but I do want to say a couple of things. The land on Herrick Drive is undevelopable. That doesn't count anything to adding to the conservation value in the town. The land on Randolph is totally landlocked by town-owned parcels. So the only way that could ever be developed is if the town sold it to somebody. So that land doesn't add to the conservation value of the town. The new land that we just heard of this evening, that was, I guess, approved by the park commissioners at a meeting that wasn't noticed and wasn't, the public had no idea this proposal was on the table this morning. That is already Article 97 land. So that doesn't add anything to the conservation values of Milton. The only change in conservation values is the destruction of 6 acres of mature upland forest in place of buildings and parking lots. In these times of climate change, we know how important forests are, the value of carbon sequestration. Not only do we lose the value of the carbon sequestration on that land, but we get impervious surfaces, we get a big carbon diet of heating and cooling buildings and of parking lots and traffic. This is not in any way a net value or increase to the conservation values that the commission is supposed to protect. I need to disagree with you, Mr. Kiernan, when you say that it's a net benefit to the conservation. Well, you say it's a net benefit to the Conservation Commission because land that's already protected or undevelopable will come under Conservation Commission name, but it doesn't increase the town's inventory of conservation land or conservation values. It decreases those values. So, it doesn't double open space. It might double the land that's got the label Conservation Commission on it, but it takes away from the park department and doesn't add anything.
Where were the women? Do you have any women?
I also, I'm wondering, last time the schools were rebuilt, there was a proposal reviewed for a school out on Ford Ranch Road on some land out there that the school department owned. Does anybody know what happened to that land and why that isn't available?
I don't know, Sean O'Rourke would probably be the best person to respond to that, Peter.
Sean, do you know about that parcel?
No, thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Jackson, I'm not familiar with that parcel.
It was looked at last time.
It was sold.
Who said that?
Tom Palmer responded to you, Mr. Jackson, sorry.
The school department sold it?
It was, to the Copeland Foundation.
There's your school site. There's your school site. It's a totally non-conservation and non-environmentally friendly thing to do is to give up this beautiful parcel of land. And I strongly hope that the natural resource values be considered and that the conservation not approve this swap.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Jackson. I think that concludes the public comment. There is one comment that you made though, Mr. Jackson. I believe that the Parks Commission did publicly notice their meeting this morning. And that's important because they were in compliance with the open meeting law. But I take your point though. I do understand that.
Nobody knew about it.
Hi, John. John, it's Hans. I'm sorry, just have one quick question for clarification purposes. It's going to be very short. The Guile Road property that has been added.
Hang on a second, Hans.
Sure.
No, she's muted. Thank you. Go ahead.
Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Whitney. We appreciate it. There's been mention of it as already being Article 97 land. Is that something that is been confirmed, or is that what is the assumption that is the assumption that a school couldn't be built on there, or is that nothing can be built on there? I'm just understanding. So there, and the reason I'm asking you this is there's been a lot of discussion about the equal value of the properties that have been put forward, and it's a very difficult assessment to make, but I think it's important to understand is what the development potential is relative on the parcels, and not just can they be developed as a school. So, so going to the looking at the Guile Road property, is that protected open space that nothing can be constructed on there, or is that something that, for example, would the Parks Department be able to use that for expanding their athletic field, the athletic field complex or something like that? And so that's my question.
I'll defer this to Kevin Freitag. I believe it is 97, but they would have to go through the same process that the school building committee would go through. It's the same Article 97 process, but I will defer to Kevin if he's still available.
I am, Mr. Chair. Thank you. 2 points. Quickly, there was a comment made about the land reverting back to the conservation if it's not used. I'm not aware of any law that suggests that this land would stay with the select board to be used in a certain way, regardless of whether or not the school was there or not there. If the town subsequently voted to send it back to conservation, then it would be fine. But there is no reverter clause. In other words, there is no, if this doesn't happen, the land reverts back to conservation within a period of time. I just wanted to point that out. The second issue, though, is the land that we're talking about on the northern, sort of the northwest side of Guile Road is in the deed for purposes of its present use is characterized as active recreation. I would just point out that land, that title, that extends to where Brooks Field is. So where Brooks Field now exists, that is the same portion of Guile Road that we're talking about here that is active recreation. So if at some point down the road, Parks wanted to build something there, it would still need to be used in a manner that's consistent with, under Article 97, they focus on, its present use and the restrictions on its use. And so you'd look to that active recreation restriction, and the question would be, what does that mean? And, I think that you'd have to at least consider the fact that on the upper portion of that same parcel, they built Brooks Field some time ago. I don't know what would play out. Again, it's tough to answer hypotheticals, but that would all certainly be part of the analysis. So to the extent that it's protected by Article 97, I think that is certainly the case. That was the feedback that we got from the Executive Office of Energy and Environmental Affairs, but it's characterized differently than the portion that's in conservation. So it's not quite the same. It's under the same umbrella perhaps, but the uses are not identical. Just wanted to point that out.
May I ask a question? Well,
Sure, but we're going to have to close pretty soon. We've got a long agenda tonight. Go ahead, Joe, but keep it short if you would, please. You're on mute. Joe, I can't, Joe, mute.
okay, all right. While we have the attorney, I'd just like to throw this out, but anyone on the Conservation Commission who may have an answer too. Are you familiar with Senate Bill number 524, the Preservation of Open Space Bill, which is going to be debated by the Senate this Thursday at the State House? They're taking up some of the Article 97 weaknesses are being addressed in that bill because municipalities are cannibalizing open space and conservation land everywhere they've run out of space. This is what they're doing. I'm wondering, number one, is time restrictions on conservation land being addressed in that bill? I don't know the particulars of it. I just downloaded that today and I haven't had a chance to read it closely, but I did see that the Article 97 restrictions are going to be fine-tuned in that piece of legislation, which has an awful lot of legislators' names on it. So does anyone know about that Senate Bill 524 Preservation of Open Space Bill at this moment?
Yes, that was shared between and among members of the Conservation Commission today, actually, and it seems to conform. And I know Mr. Jackson and I may have a different view on the preservation of open spaces and what the previous use was. But I believe that this land swap would conform with the, and I'll tell you, I didn't read it in detail, but the synopsis that I read of the Senate bill suggests that everything should be done in order to preserve open space. And that was my reasoning when I said before that I think it's a net gain for the Conservation Commission. If we're going from 6.8 to 14.87 acres, that's the net gain that I'm talking about. And I believe that would be in conformance with the bill as proposed. I think it actually passed the House and it passed the Senate. It's going to go into the House.
Right, there's an amendment, I think, that's been added to it from what I saw, but yeah.
Kevin,
I would like to add something there. I did read the bill and it does include requirements for valuations. So you know that the value of what you're getting is comparable to the value of what you're giving up. And I just mentioned that because we earlier mentioned there are different kinds of value. There's monetary value, there's development value, there's ecological value. Those are referred to, and those are supposed to be worked out by experts with knowledge of real estate and the environment before you make your decision. But we don't have any of those valuations at this point. And you mentioned them before, John, and said we might be getting them. Where would we be getting them from?
Well, that was the problem, and that's why I thought the answer to that dilemma, that is the inability to weigh apples versus oranges. You got development, development costs or valuation, and you've got ecological valuations. They're difficult to balance. So the way to address the imbalance is to increase the acreage. And that's easy. And if we're looking at it as open space, whatever the ecological value is, open space has a value in itself. And if you're more than doubling the size of our holding, that is a net benefit. And I'm sorry that I'm kind of stuck on that, but that's the easiest way to appreciate it. That if you go from 6 acres to 14 or 15 acres, that's a huge benefit.
Couldn't we get appraisals on the parcels by independent appraisers?
If it was going to be developed land, that would be easy. There are lots of experts for that. But the idea is that we're trying not to develop it. So we're, by definition, of eliminating the kind of development valuation that you're suggesting.
All I'm saying is, when I swore to be a commissioner, I said I would protect land. I didn't swear I would give any away. And if I am going to give it away, I need to know that what I'm getting is worth what I'm giving away at the least. And that's what I'm not getting at this point.
Not getting as in not receiving or not understanding?
Not receiving, because if I had appraisals on all the parcels, I would know how many millions of dollars of development value are in the Guile Road Woods, and I would know how few dollars of development value are in these other parcels. I would say 0 at Eric Drive, for instance. We don't agree about Route 28, and that's something an appraiser might help us resolve our controversy about.
Very hard to put an appraised number on a piece of raw land until someone can show what you can build and what's available to go into it.
Yeah, you're an expert, Todd. Tell us.
No, you're the expert, so I'm waiting for you to tell me.
Well,
that's
my
why
feeling
that's-
about Eric Drive is that it has no development value because it's all wetlands. My feeling about 28 is that it has severe environmental constraint called priority habitat. And as far as the new parcel, yes, we'll have our label on it, but it is already open space under Article 97. So where is the increase?
Well, look what they're building. Look what they're building on 28, oval wetlands and everything else. So
Well, that's across the street where you don't have this habitat issue. Also,
how can you say that land, the state says they can build on it, we said they couldn't?
It has a different application or overlay depending on which side of 28 you're on. That's all I'm saying. There's a special habitat overlay on the land that's being talked about. There wasn't on the land on the west side of 28.
But Tom,
This is another thing that I think, valuations that are called for in this new bill and in the policy could help us resolve.
But do you acknowledge, Tom, that on the same side of Route 28, within a quarter of a mile at 728 Randolph Avenue, there's a 40B project right there. And that is the same, that's the very same habitat indication.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying, John.
Which lot is that?
728, it's next to the access road, it's the old horse barn.
Yeah, I don't think the overlay covers that. I can bring it up, I think. I'll work on that.
All right. In any event, we do have to move this along. We've been at it. It's now 9 o'clock and we've got a heavy agenda, so we have to move it along. I believe we've heard from the public. I know, Tom, you're looking for that overlay, but is there anything else from commissioners? Wendy, go ahead.
Yeah, John, I'm not feeling entirely comfortable either about the ecological valuation of the parcels in consideration. I fully respect and acknowledge that we are talking about almost doubling the quantity of land, but there are so many other aspects that have not been qualified yet. And like I can't help but compare this to how one looks at the value of diamonds. And when you're looking at two different diamonds and trying to compare the value of each of them, you don't just look at the number of carats. There's the 4 C's: color, cut, carat, and what's the other one? Clarity.
You lost me on that one, Wendy.
Look,
I don't have any diamonds, but I know what you're saying. I do know what you're saying.
And that's, to me, that's what conservation land is. It's these are diamonds, and I think that we need to look at all aspects of valuation of these diamonds. And while yes, we are looking at doubling the quantity, I think there's a lot about the quality that we don't know yet. And is that something that we can learn more about in short time in order to make a better informed decision?
Well, I appreciate what you're saying, and it's I think Tom was talking about the same point. My reaction to that is the same as it was at our first meeting, our first 2 meetings on this very same issue, and that is these are intangibles that are difficult to compare because their ecological values may increase and the buildable fair market value may decrease, or vice versa. If it's upland and it's developable, then it may be worth more on the open market for a developer. If it's wet, it's going to drop. But the ecological value of the wetlands, the resource area itself is huge. That's exactly what we're looking for. That's why, because of that dilemma of the inability to compare apples and oranges, that's why the acreage is so important to demonstrate net gain. And more than doubling the acreage, I think is a tremendous benefit to the town and does fulfill our obligation. And I certainly don't speak for the Lamb sisters, that I acknowledge what the deed says. But if their intent was to protect open space and resource areas, then that's exactly what we're doing. We're fulfilling their intent to protect a greater amount of land than that which they deeded to us. I actually, you know, maybe I'm approaching it from a different viewpoint and a different perspective, but I think more than doubling the acreage of open space, especially if it's protected land, I think is a huge benefit to the town and fulfills our mandate and our charter to protect those resources.
So John, if I could jump in here, this is Ingrid. So I think what we're struggling with here, and maybe the missing information, Wendy, that you were referring to, and correct me if I'm wrong, is I think what we haven't heard is maybe an inventory of the salient features of this new parcel that's being thrown into the mix at this point, or added to the mix. And you know, we have a sense of, you know, we've have a sense of a salient feature of the land that's proposed as a school building site is proximity to a, you know, not yet certified, but perhaps a functioning vernal pool. So Wendy, is that you know, what your question was directed to? I mean, that's certainly been a question in my mind, is, you know, or you know, what are the salient features of this new parcel that we're adding to the mix?
Not just yes, Ingrid, I do agree with you, but it's not, from my perspective, it's not just the new parcel, but all the parcels. You know, because, you know, in my mind, you know, if I'm being asked to trade, you know, a 1 carat diamond for a 2 carat diamond, well, it seems like a great idea, but you know, maybe that 2 carat diamond is cloudy and yellow and, you know, not really all that valuable. So I want to make sure that while I just want to make sure that we are in fact trading something that is more ecologically significant, not just double the acreage.
But what we're getting, just take as an example, the Pine Tree Brookside, that parcel, that's 6 acre parcel. You already know, we've been there repeatedly over the years, and you know that is wetlands next to a perennial stream with an inner riparian zone and an outer riparian zone. I mean, how much more valuable could you find land? What could be better than the riparian zone next to a perennial stream from an ecological perspective?
John, do you get the point that if land is already protected, we don't get much benefit from putting it under conservation? Do you get that?
Oh, sure I do. But right now, I mean, it's active. It's open for, that is available for active participation. So what's to say we're not going to put a soccer field in there, or another, like a turf football field? Could that go in there?
I agree, but you may remember years ago, I worked for Pine Tree Brook Neighborhood Association and the late Dick Russell about an effort to do exactly that, to put a soccer field in. And eventually it didn't happen, in part because the people in the association liked having all those trees between the high school and them, and it was just strongly opposed by the neighborhood. So I'm not saying it couldn't happen. I'm just saying, in my calculation of what's likely to happen, if I'm going to give up a big piece of land that's now protected and be unprotected, I want to get a lot of protectability. I want to get, ideally, I want 7 acres of developable upland that we don't already own. That would be an even swap. But that's not been talked about at all, about actually getting land. Instead, it's all about changing labels on land that is already in town ownership. For instance, I don't think 40B is a big threat on the land at Route 28 because the town owns it. And the town is tired of 40Bs, and town is probably not going to sell it to a 40B developer. So again, I'm just saying, let's look at the advantage in an actual protected land that is not protected now. That's what I want to trade my land for.
I understand what you're saying, but I think you made my point for me that the land that you just described, it is available for development, albeit active recreation on Guile Road. And if the town were to sell the general municipality land on Randolph Avenue, the 7 acres there, it could be a 40 acre. I agree that it would have to be sold for that, but you know there's pressure on towns, particularly the town of Milton, to get its housing inventory up to the 10% level. So that is certainly a possibility. We would protect that land, and that would fall within our jurisdiction, and it would not be available for that.
But haven't we learned from this article that our protection can be peeled off, as is being proposed right here? And that's why I question, I guess, the value of putting our conservation label on other parcels, where again, it could be proposed to peel off. So in other words, if I'm going to give up land, I want land, and I don't feel like we're getting it. That's how I feel like I pledged to protect, not to become a dealer in parcels, but to protect. And remember, if we vote yes, we have to say that this land on Guile Road is surplus to open space and conservation needs. And that's just a tall hurdle, because I think a lot of people we've heard from tonight recognize how valuable it is in that respect.
Understood. Thank you. Anything else? Because I'm looking for all the commissioners to make sure that they're here. I would propose a motion to approve the land swap that was supported today by the Board of Selectmen unanimously, supported by the School Building Committee unanimously, and including the deeded land from the Park Commission unanimously. And with those, the 3 parcels now in mind, to exchange the 6.8 acres that we have on Guile Road for the 14 or nearly 15 acres in the proposed swap. That is my motion. Is there a second?
Aye.
Thank you, Todd. Is there any discussion between and among the, I'm sorry.
John, Mr. Freitag has.
Yes, Freitag, point of order. Yes, sir.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, but just on your motion, Mr. Palmer did make the point about the land being declared surplus. If you could just include that language in your motion, it's the same ultimate effect that you support the transfer of land, but if you would please also add that the land be declared surplus, and so, you know, as that's sort of the predicate to this transfer.
Understood. So that the motion should include that language with the understanding that it's surplus only to the extent that we're doubling the size of the protected land. And that's the motivating factor in the motion. And then to approve that land swap to be included in an article before the Milton Town meeting. With that friendly amendment, Todd, do you still second that?
Yes.
All right. Is there any discussion between and among commission members? Hearing none, I need to take a roll call vote. Mr. Arthur Doyle, how do you vote, sir?
Yes.
Hans Van Lingen, how do you vote, sir?
I vote yes.
Todd Hamilton, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ingrid Beatty, how do you vote?
Yes.
Wendy Capo, how do you vote?
Yes.
Tom Palmer, how do you vote?
No.
Thank you very much. John Kiernan, I vote yes. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 yes, 1 no. Motion carries. Thank you very much, all. Kevin, thank you for participating. I'm very grateful. And all members of the public who participated, I'm grateful for your participation as well. Next on the agenda, we're ready to move on. Kevin, thank you very much. Next on the agenda is request for determination of applicability is 705 Hillside Street. This is DCR. Is there a presenter for DCR?
Yes, I can start. My name is Nat Tipton. I work as a project manager for DCR. And so with me this evening is Ali E. Chandi. She's the DCR ecologist, and also Nicole Capistron, who is an engineer with PARD Corporation. And yeah, so we had a informational session on this topic on March 15th, and then we held a site walk on Saturday, March 26th. We turned in the request for determination of applicability earlier last month. So the project that DCR wants to do here is we want to renovate a old stable building known as the Hillside Stable, also known as the Roderick Stable. It has some fairly urgent structural issues on the west side of the building that need to be repaired. So I think for the Conservation Commission's interest is mostly what's happening on the outside. So we are making some stormwater improvements to the back. We're doing some grading, and here's the image here. We've had some issues in the past over time in the back part of the building where water has been running off the roof and also coming down the hillside. We have pavement that runs up to the edge of the building. Over time, that has just caused some major issues with the structure. So as part of this, we want to channel that runoff from the roof so that it's not going to impact the building. And then we also want to do the same thing on the front of the building and install a drain line that would capture the roof runoff and have it go into this stormwater system. It is important to note that there's a 800 square foot area in the back of the building that we are going to be, it's currently paved. And as part of this project, we plan to remove that pavement and then turn it into turf grass as a pervious surface. So I don't know if you have anything you want to add, Nicole.
Yeah, if we could flip to sheet 3.0, I can kind of just walk through the stormwater very briefly. Just to kind of expand on that just a bit here. Yes, thank you. So at the back, as Nat had mentioned, we're swaling the water that's coming off of the hill to the northeast there. That's in the existing condition directly draining towards the building there. So our effort is to swale it to capture it in a catch basin, opposed to having it head towards the building. And then we also are proposing some grading modifications to drain away from the building as well. We are removing that pavement, as Nat had mentioned, that falls within that 100-foot wetland buffer there that you can see on the plan. And we're also proposing to add a water quality structure just to improve the existing. There's no treatment out there right now. So you will be treating what is captured in that catch basin as well from the impervious surface.
Thank you very, and for the public's benefit, the Conservation Commission was present for an inspection on Saturday, March 26th. So we've actually seen all of this both by plan and in person for a site inspection. So what you're saying, both Nat and Nicole, makes perfect sense from my memory of the site visit a couple of weeks ago. Are there questions from commissioners? I don't hear any. Are there abutters or members of the public? Oh, am I frozen?
No,
okay.
Good.
I am good? Okay. All right.
I can hear you.
All right, good. So this is, we are talking about a request for determination of applicability. And all of this makes sense, particularly in light of what we saw. So I would propose that we issue a negative determination with the what I call boilerplate, and I shouldn't use that term, conditions, but the conditions would be certainly appropriate erosion controls. And can you tell me what's going on in back of the building? How do you dig that area up? And the reason I'm asking the question is what sticks in my memory is the gap between the macadam at the back of the barn and the foundational wall. I mean, there was a lot of space there for water to go in as it comes down off the hill. So how do you repave that?
Yeah, so Nat, I can take this one. There is structural work that is proposed in part of the building. So I think in conjunction with what is happening there in terms of the logistics of it. But what we're proposing in that location for stormwater purposes is basically like a French drain. So your typical crushed stone with a pipe in it to be able to get that water away from the building that might be coming off of the roof in that area.
All right. And just so that I know you're aware of this, but for the public's benefit, one of our regular conditions that we would include in this negative determination would be that there would be no storage overnight of hydraulic equipment or gasoline engines, and there would be no refueling within our jurisdiction. I think that's easy for you because I think there's plenty of space to park any equipment that you'd need, but they would have to remain outside of our jurisdiction.
Yeah, I think that should be fine.
Okay. All right. Any other conditions? Yes.
Oh, just one comment, Mr. Kiernan, thank you so much. So Ali Achandi, I'm the ecologist for DCR. I don't know if the commission noticed during the site visit that the wetland is really upgrading of the project area. While we have no issue putting down our sediment and erosion controls, I just don't know how they will benefit the wetland. The wetland kind of drains towards the building as opposed to the other way around. So I just wanted to make that comment, just because, again, we're okay with putting the controls, but it's one of those things where it's really not going to be doing much in terms of wetlands protection.
I actually know exactly what you're talking about. And my only concern was, I guess off to the left, where there's you're going to tie into the existing drainage. So you're going to do trench work there. My concern was that the water would continue to run off the hill and it would end up on the roadway on Hillside Street. If you're trenching in that area, I'm using my cursor, but that doesn't do anybody any good. Steve, can you keep over the left? Yes, that area right there. If there's trenching there, I'd just be concerned with, and I know I'm leaving our jurisdiction, but because the trigger for the jurisdiction was in back there where the macadam was. But it would make practical sense to make sure that if there's trenching there, that nothing goes down the hill towards the roadway. And I think it's an easy enough precaution and it's not costly.
Yeah, no, and again, that's fine. So it's not like we would be putting erosion controls around the wetland itself. It's really down gradient to make sure that any sediment that may flow with stormwater or rainfall is captured before it enters the roadway.
That's it.
Yeah,
Perfect.
Yeah. So can that be clarified in the order of conditions, just so that we know that there's no expectation to put controls near the wetland? That's all.
Yes.
You know, upgrading it. Okay, thank you.
Right, Steve is very good at that, and Steve, can you acknowledge? I can't see you now, but I know you're there and listening. Can you make sure that that's clear in the order?
Yes, I can, John. Thanks.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
Yep.
All right, then, is there a motion to issue a negative determination? Well, let me go back. Are there any abutters or members of the public that have a question or a comment? Hearing none, is there a motion to issue a negative determination with conditions that have been mentioned and clarified by Steve in the order?
I'd be happy to do that, Mr. Chairman, with it being preceded by one reconfirmation, and that is that the roof will be gutted with downspouts that I assume will go into the French drain. That was discussed at the site. I just wanted to make sure that's reconfirmed.
Yep.
Thank you very much. And motion made, Mr. Chairman.
All right, is there a second?
Second.
I'll second.
All right, thank you very much.
Wendy, beat me to it.
Wendy with us.
Yay.
All right. All right, and again, I need to take a roll call vote. So Arthur Doyle, how do you
Yes.
vote? Hans, how do you vote?
Yay, yes.
Todd Hamilton, how do you vote?
Yeah, yes.
Ingrid, how do you vote?
Yes.
Wendy, how do you vote?
Yes.
Tom Palmer, how do you vote?
Yes.
All right, and I vote John Kieran, I vote yes as well. Thank you very much. That's unanimous. Nat, Nicole, thank you all. I appreciate it very much. And it looks like it'll be a beautiful bond, finally, again.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
We
you.
appreciate this work being done.
Indeed. Thank you both.
Thank you very much.
Next on the agenda is the request for determination of applicability at 1 Elliott Street.
Mr. Chair, members of the commission, Ned Corcoran here on behalf of Joshua Wild, who is the owner of the property at 1 Elliott Street. This is a sort of preliminary step in a long process that will involve at least 8 state and local bodies to allow the redevelopment of a property at 1 Elliott Street. For those who aren't aware, 1 Elliott Street is the corner of Adams and Elliott, abutting the Neponset River at the dam and abutting the Neponset Valley River bike path, and just as you cross the bridge into Dorchester. This is property that is part of the Neponset River ACEC. It is also part of the Dorchester, Milton, Lower Mills District, Historic District. The large brick building on the property is called the Webb Mill. It was part of the Baker Chocolate property. There are 2 buildings, tough to see here. And Steve, maybe if I can share screen briefly, I can show the location.
Yes, go right ahead, Ned.
Great. I can't share because somebody else is sharing.
Okay, maybe I'll stop.
There you go.
How's that?
Great.
Maybe that'll work, Ned. Sorry, I don't know how to allow a screen share.
Here I am.
Good.
So this is the property in question. This is 1 Elliott Street. It houses the gym. It's now Muscle and Flow. It houses offices in the rear. There's the archway that comes through from Adams Street down to the rear. This is the bike path that goes underneath underneath Elliott Street. Extra space storage is across the street. This is part of the Baker Chocolate facilities over in Dorchester. And this is an old multi-story sort of warehouse type structure on the site. You can see an outline of an old building here. There was an old wooden building that was connected between the two, demolished sometime more than 70 or 80 years ago. We're not sure, but you can see that there was a building here. And if you look down below, it's difficult in this view, about 10 feet down below, there is a concrete slab that form the lower foundation of that building. And there are steel columns that step up out of that slab that are founded in the riverbed. We are requesting, the plan is to rebuild this building, essentially as it looked previously. Put a brew pub on the first floor with seating out over the river, residential units above, connecting to this building, creating additional residential units here, and adding handicapped access to both buildings. There is no elevator serving this building currently. The elevator would be come into the new building and would allow access into the brick building. We think that it's possible to construct this building, cantilever it out over the building, but we do need to do some two borings to satisfy our understanding of what the geotechnical capability of the property is. We met
Hey,
on the
Ned?
site.
Ned?
Yes.
Could I interrupt you?
Yep.
You said cantilevered over the building. You lost me on that.
Well, we need to evaluate what the geotechnical capacity of the ground is in this area so that we know we have to drive some piles into the ground to hold the building. We think we might be able to structurally, using steel members to come out over this concrete area to house the undercarriage of the building and then build up and attach. But we do need permission to do two borings. And then Steve, if you go back to your plan, I'll stop sharing.
We may want to go back to that, Ned, so hopefully you'll be able to
Okay.
bring it back up.
Happy to do that. I can go right back. Steve, if you can bring that.
Yes, I'm working on it. There it is. How's that? Can you see that?
No,
No, not yet.
no, but thank you.
Okay, I'm sorry. Let's try that again. Let's try it a different way. Cancel. Let's see. What am I doing here? Let's do it down.
I might be able to share the same.
Share screen. There we go. Share. Can you see that?
Yes, thank you.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
So in a plan view, here's the bike path. Actually, you probably can't see my cursor on the right-hand side.
Right here, right?
Right.
Yes.
The rectangular to the left of that rectangle is that two-story brick warehouse structure. Just above it, go up, screen north right in there. That is the concrete slab. That is defined by that line on the left-hand side right there. And around, and that slab is actually about 10 feet below the grade of the land to the right there. And then above that is the large web mill building. All three of those buildings overhang the river. And they were developed to take advantage of water power, just as the buildings on the other side have water that sluices under. Water sluices under these buildings. These are just below the dam. So in a site walk with Steve, we identified what we thought were two locations where we could do test borings that would be outside of the riverbed completely to establish where the bedrock is and what it would take to support a new building that would be developed over that area. This is sort of very preliminary information that we need to develop some basic plans so that we can start a process that will involve MIPA, DEP for Chapter 91 license, permission under the ACEC, DCR to connect to the bike path, Milton Board of Appeals relative to variances to allow the project to be built with limited parking, Planning Board for site plan approval. We've been to town meeting a month ago. The town meeting authorized a home rule petition to allow a liquor license to be granted at this location if a brew pub is ultimately developed. We have a long process to go with multiple jurisdictions, but we do need this basic information about what is the load bearing capacity of the property so that we can adequately design a building that we think can work. I know you and I spoke earlier today, John, and we thought we might be asking for permission to get out there tomorrow with drill rigs. We're withdrawing that request. We don't need to do that. We would look forward to a site walk with the commission so that you can see it, understand, where everything is, where it lays out physically there, and what we're asking for here.
That's a good idea. I'm familiar with the area. Where will you take these borings?
So if you see the two red circles,
yes,
right there.
Okay.
They are up above that 10-foot drop down to the concrete slab.
Yes.
But we can go down, we can drill down through to bedrock to find out what the structural capacity of the ground is. And then from there, make determinations about where we would need to install any additional columns.
So you'd be on the bike path side of that concrete slab?
That's right. We'd be between that concrete slab and the bike path.
And what's entailed in this boring? I mean, how is it an auger? How do you do that boring?
Basically a drill rig that would be set up. We'd bring it through the arch or lower it over the side from Adams Street, or bring it up the bike path. I'm not sure what the logistics are, but we'd bring it in, drill 2 holes, get basic information about what the bedrock, what the soil capacity is, and then take the rig out and go. I think that the drilling itself would take a matter of a couple of hours. The process of setting up and removing would take a day or 2.
All right, understood. That's an extremely sensitive area of the river because for the public's benefit, and I know the commissioners are aware of this, but if you look at the river across, if you looked over the top of the roof of that mill building, you can see where the river turns. That's exactly the place where the largest smelt hatchery in New England is located. According to CZM, they did a presentation to us, so I don't know, 10 or more years ago. And that's an extremely sensitive area. So we want to be very careful. That's one of the reasons why everyone's so concerned with the dam removal, because of the PCBs behind the dam. So sensitive area, we just want to make sure that there's no erosion, especially if you're going down into the ground, that none of the spoils from those boring holes would get into the river. But it looks like that would be easily protected.
I think that's right. We're certainly, can't tell exactly on a scale, but it looks like we're probably 15 to 20 feet off of the edge of the wall that is above that concrete slab. The concrete slab itself is not completely over the river. A portion of it is over land. The line that sort of curves through is the floodplain line.
Understood.
Yeah.
Understood. How about the other commissioners? Is there a consensus? You'd like to see it? I would. Anybody else?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Yes. How about this Saturday? Is that doable this Saturday?
I'm not available this Saturday.
Either am. But before we go forward on this, I do have 1 or 2 questions.
Oh, of course.
And then I'm just wondering if, one, you said that the use of the former building there is unknown. Is there any way to run that down to kind of get a level of risk as you're doing the borings, and whether you're potentially exposing anything from any historic use? And then secondly, pulling on my experience in hydropower, you said that this area has sluices or something running through them. The term is actually penstocks that you're talking about. And if you were to pierce one of those penstocks based on the age of the buildings, there's a distinct possibility of it being sort of a keystone type construction, where if you pierce the top of or the side of a penstock, you'll collapse a whole bunch of penstock. And so I just want to make sure that there's a level of confidence that you will be in fact boring into, and having not seen the site and having not seen not knowing anything about the history there, I'm just knowing about old hydropower systems. Just want to make sure there's a level of confidence that you're not potentially piercing existing infrastructure there. So,
okay.
Pretty important, Hans. Thank you.
Yeah, in terms of the original building as a wood frame building, that is no longer there.
Yeah.
This is outside of the foundation of that building. And I
Okay.
think the boring locations are outside of the area that is subject to the penstocks. Obviously, we have to pay close attention to that.
Yeah, they run kind of weird in that area because they also run diagonally across the other side. So a lot of times there's the way the water is routed can be sometimes counterintuitive. So yeah, I'm asking the question just because it's something that sticks out to me.
That's important. That's important information for us to have, to pay attention to. It's also subject to Mass Historic review as well.
Yeah, I believe there's actually some Sanborn fire insurance maps that should be available for the area, and those actually will often tell you a lot of information. And then I'm sure the historic Baker drawings may have that sort of information. I've had a very similar experience up in Lowell, which is, the birthplace of hydropower in the US. So.
All right. Actually, I was asking about a site visit, but are there any abutters or members of the public that have a question before we move to a site walk? Hearing none. I had 2 negatives for this Saturday, but how about the following Saturday? Oh, Wendy, a question.
Yes, well, or a comment, really.
Sure.
I just wanted to thank you, John, for reminding us about the smelt habitat that's so close to this site, and I just wanted to point out that this is we're right smack in the middle of spawning season for anadromous fish, herring, smelt. It starts in early March and it goes to early May, and this is really the height of it at the moment. And I would like to see this boring project postponed until after the spawning season ends in about a month.
Pretty good point. Can you accommodate that, Ned?
I think so, yes.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Well, we still need an inspection, or I think an inspection is appropriate. So if this Saturday is not good, what are the dates? Steve, do you have a calendar in front of you? I do not.
Yes, I do. 23rd is the next Saturday, after this Saturday. And then the 30th.
How's that? I can do the 23rd. Anybody else? Everybody else?
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm great, John.
All right.
I
Todd,
cannot.
I can't see you, but
I can't be there, but JD Wild can be there and can show you the property.
All right, that's great. Is there a meeting place? Can we go in through the gym door?
Go in through the arch. You can walk in.
On Adams Street.
That's right.
Okay.
It's good to start up on Elliott Street and look down over the whole property. You go down through the arch, and you can look right down into the area where the foundation is, the old foundation is, and then you can obviously see the specific locations of the proposed borings.
All right, that's great.
Time, Mr. Chairman?
Yes?
Time of the sidewalk?
8:30?
Okay.
Agreeable? Tom, can you make it? I didn't hear you.
I think so, yes.
Beautiful. All right, thank you. All right, so with the assent of the applicant, we'll continue this until April 23rd, Saturday at 8:30 a.m. And we'll meet on Elliott Street so we can look down onto the project and then walk around to Adams Street and go through the tunnel.
My understanding, Mr. Chair, is that you would have the ability to vote at that time to
You are correct.
Make a determination.
You are correct. We can. It's a public meeting. It'll be on the agenda and we can vote.
Great.
I have one question.
Of course.
Will we be approving wetland boundaries on this?
We are.
Well, we got a top of bank. I think it's all concrete there, so I'm not sure there are any wetlands, but the top of bank will be readily available.
I'm looking at this squiggly line that says floodplain.
Yeah, it's all concrete and building. I know the site well. It's top of bank, there is no vegetation there.
That's correct.
I know that in 1966, the river backed up behind the dam and flowed through the tunnel and flooded the T station. So if I was drawing a 100-foot wetland line, I would draw it differently because I know within less than 100 years, the whole area flooded.
So it's my understanding that an RDA is not approving an RDA or providing a negative determination for an RDA is not approving a wetland line. It's whether the work is subject to or it's reasonably conditioned. So I mean, we're not locking in any sort of or approving any wetland boundary at this point.
That's
well,
correct.
Thank you. That was my question.
Yep.
We also know that we're within every setback. 200 foot from the river, 25 feet, no disturb. We're within all of it. We know that we have to come back with an order of conditions. We know that we have to, we've got to go to DEP. We've had preliminary meeting with MIPA, had a preliminary meeting with Concom, excuse me, not Concom, with DCR. We've had outreach to Mass Historic and DEP, and we know we've got a lot of work to go with respect to those state agencies, potentially also Army Corps jurisdiction, and we know that this body, the Planning Board and the Board of Appeals all have jurisdiction as well in the town. So we've got a lot to do concurrently in front of a lot of different jurisdictions, but this is an important start.
And so the scope of the work that's being requested is only on the geotech borings.
Just the geotech.
Feed him fancy food. He won't eat anything else.
Yep.
Fancy treats, please.
Parking for Saturday the 23rd can be right in front of the gym and then along Elliott Street down toward Steel and Rye.
Yes. Perfect. All right, thank you very much. Then we'll see you on the 23rd public meeting and we will be able to vote.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Corcoran.
Next on the agenda is 1259 Brush Hill Road.
That one?
John, I'm going to recuse myself on this because I worked on these lots.
I'm sorry.
Sorry.
You did work on these lots. Okay.
Yeah, so I think because it was recently, I really shouldn't participate. I was representing the abutters here.
Understood then. I agree that it would be appropriate to recuse yourself. So if you could
Okay.
just. All right. Hey, I think I've got your number for texting to get you back.
Yep.
All right, thanks. So is there a presenter for notice of intent? I'm sorry. This is a request for determination of applicability and an amendment to the order of conditions.
Yes, this is Chris Thomas with BSC Group. We're the engineers representing Mr. Joe Federico with Regent Development. And we are requesting a negative determination for this project. It is a single family dwelling that would be constructed on this lot C off of Hemingway Drive. Just as a background, that this project did receive a similar, very similar project, did receive a negative determination back in 2018. The main difference is the footprint of the building has enlarged from an up to 4,000 square foot footprint to a 4,500 square foot footprint. So, and then there's a driveway that will go out to Hemingway Drive, connection of utilities for water, sewer, electric. And we do have an underground infiltration.
What is it?
And we do have an underground infiltration system that will collect all the roof runoff to mitigate flows before it outlets and daylights to Hemingway Drive. And so the project is as proposed is currently it's outside of the 100-foot wetland buffers, and we are requesting a negative determination for the project. And in 2018, we did receive a negative determination with conditions.
I know this is going to sound like kind of a bureaucratic question, but I'm looking at the resource area delineation from 16, December of 16. Are you using the same wetland lines?
We are. We did have someone from our office verify that the the delineation is still valid, and that was just a visual check.
So that it was not reflagged.
It was not reflagged.
And Steve, have you been to the site?
Not in the past 2 years, no.
All right. Because we usually require, a 3-year revisit to the wetland lines. And so we're well beyond that from December 2016.
We might want to get a written statement from BSC's wetlands person that the flags shown on the plan are still in effect, and they may want to replace the flags so that we can see them if we go out there.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea. Is that something you could do? It sounds like pretty similar. They've already been out there to verify them, and they could perhaps reflag them for our benefit.
Yeah, we can have them reflagged.
Makes sense, Mr. Chairman.
Steve, I'm sorry, what's that?
Makes sense, makes sense.
Now, is that, Chris, is that something you could do? If we have a meeting on the 23rd, could you do it by then? We could see it on the same day?
If we have a meeting on the 23rd. That might be a little, that might be a little short notice. Would we be able to push it to the 30th?
Well, we try to limit our meetings to 2 a month. So our next meeting after the 23rd would be, what's the date in June, Steve? Do you have that?
May, John, you're.
I'm ahead of myself. May, I'm sorry.
May 10th.
May 10th.
Yes.
But that wouldn't help us in terms of visiting.
Oh, I can certainly see if we can push to get those flagged.
Chris,
that would be the most, that would certainly help us in terms of efficiency and not slowing you down.
Right.
This would be for the 23rd?
The 23rd, yes.
Great.
And I don't think we'll be long at 1 Elliott Street. So I know we have to get across town, but we could certainly be there by 9:15. Do you think there's not a whole lot to see at Elliott Street? I mean, it is what it is, and we'll be able to see it pretty quickly, both from above and then walking through the tunnel. So I suspect we could be there by 9:15. And Chris, we'll stand, if you stay in touch with Steve to make sure that this gets done, so that I'm just trying to make it more efficient and move it along.
Right. If we're not able to accommodate, we'll certainly reach out to Steve.
Great.
All right. Fair enough. And so tell us, and I know I'm kind of pushing things together here, but what's the amendment to the order of conditions, which is the next item on the agenda?
Yes, for lot D, that is right. If you page over to the right, that is lot D right there. And there is we do have an order of conditions on this project for the single family dwelling that would be constructed on this lot. We're submitting lot D as an amendment because it is it's a slightly different footprint. It's no bigger than what was previously approved. And we're not clearing any more within the 100-foot bordering vegetated wetland than what was previously approved in 2018. But it is an amendment because it is a slightly different footprint. And it's updated with Regent Development as the current applicant.
Chris, can you tell us how big the change is? And which way the change went? Did it go down or up?
Oh, yeah, it basically it was sliding the footprint. It's a little closer to the 25-foot no disturb to fit the driveway in to still allow to grade to the property line on the left and not compromise the 50-foot wildlife corridor that we're keeping in perpetuity.
Which is here.
But right there, yep. So there was a little bit of a shift, but we're not within the 25-foot no disturb, and there is no increase in clearing within the 100-foot wetland buffer.
Okay.
And I'm sorry, what again is the difference in the footprint? Square footage, I mean.
it's no bigger than what was proposed previously. It's just it's
sliding,
basically a different shape. So the footprint is, I think it's about 3,500 square feet.
Okay.
And previously approved was up to 4,000 square feet. So we're under the 4,000.
Rating changed or so the retaining wall that runs along 25 foot, have there been any modifications to that?
No modifications. That's really just so we don't go into the 25-foot no disturb.
And John, we could see this at the same time, of course.
Yes, you're right. All right. Are there questions or comments from commissioners? Are there abutters or members of the public that would like to ask a question or make a comment? All right. So if we can put
John,
both of these on.
One
Yes, Steve.
request, John. Since the surveyors that might be out there already to reflag, reposition or replace the flags, might they take and stake the corners of the structure?
Yes, that's perfect. And simple,
Yes.
and of great benefit to us. That would be great. Can you see that that's done, Chris?
Have the corners staked by
Yes.
the 23rd?
Yes.
I will see if that's possible.
Great.
Perfect. All right, then with the assent of the applicant, we will continue this to a public hearing, and we will be able to vote at that time until Saturday, the 23rd at approximately 9:15. All right?
Okay.
Perfect. All right, thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
Okay, so now we go to
Now, next on the agenda, so that takes care of 4 and 5, and 6 and 7 have already been continued. If there's anybody here for 1452 Canton Avenue or 648, 652 Canton Avenue, at the beginning of this public hearing, I announced that those would be continued until our May meeting. So next up, what's that?
Do we need to call Tom back?
Oh, yes.
I'm here.
Oh, good, thanks. That was easy. So next on the agenda is 582 Blue Hill Avenue, continued hearing.
Hi, good evening, Mr. Chairman. Phil Cordero jumping in from Allen and Major Associates representing the applicant for 582 Blue Hill Avenue.
Great. And Phil, before you begin, I'm embarrassed because of our failure to retain a hydrologist. And I know there have been emails going back and forth and saying, what success have you had? We originally had 3. 2 hydrologists said that they didn't have the time. 1 we thought was on board. And then at the last minute, he indicated to us that he did not have the available time. We had 2 other suggestions for competent and qualified hydrologists. The problem is they both had some relationship to this or a related project, and we're looking for an independent person. So we bypassed those 2 names, although they were competent. And then fortunately, and Steve, you can give us an update. I think we found one today, but give us an update if you would, Steve.
Yes, I spoke with Mary Hall, who is with GZA, who is preparing a proposal for us and a rate sheet.
And I'm sorry, what? A rate sheet?
Yeah, rate sheet, exactly, yeah.
All right. And do you think that we will get that this week, or? I saw
Yes.
something that said tomorrow. I don't want to be too optimistic.
By the end of the week,
By the end of the week.
yes.
All right. So I say that with apologies, Phil, but I know that, the big issues that we're looking for, and I think we've already addressed, and you can address tonight, maybe we can make some progress. But the mounding component, particularly in the area of the detention basin, and secondly, the sizing of the pipes downstream after discharge off property. And I know that, Dan and his team have, one view. And I think Scott Horsley is here tonight and is I assume will be ready to say something on that issue. But you get to go first, Phil, if you would, and just address those two issues for us as to how they will or will not impact on the design.
Well, I think, Mr. Chairman, what I would offer up, first of all, to address your comment, Mary Hall, if there's an opportunity to get her under contract, that would be great. Through you, Mr. Chair, to Steve, if part of the conversation to Mary is her ability to review the materials and maybe provide comment between now and the next meeting so we can have a really productive discussion at the next commission meeting. And then I think dovetailing right into that is obviously we have obviously taken a position in terms of the materials that we've submitted, that they meet the standards. We've provided the documentation. We know Attorney Hill and his team has provided commentary to the contrary. I think it's best served, the commission is seeking an independent review. I think we'd all be better served if we obviously obtain that independent review and then we affirm the position of that consultant at that time. I think engaging in the back and forth between Attorney Hill's consultants at this point might not be productive to the benefit of the commission and the process, especially given that maybe Ms. Hall is imminently on board. So I think what I would do is respectfully reserve further comment on the groundwater mounding relative to the adjacency to the basin and similarly the piping, because both of those were reviewed by our consultants in the ZBA world. But obviously, we're now on the precipice of having somebody else comment on them.
That's fine, and it may be a better use of time. But by the same token, I think the public may have some concerns with the way I framed the issue. What do you see is what are the issues that you think we have? I just said mounding and pipe size for off-site discharge. Is it just, sort of generally speaking, is it your contention that you've addressed that and mounding is not an issue in the area of the detention basin and that the pipes are of sufficient size to take the runoff?
It is. It is to the extent that we've submitted the information, we've had it peer reviewed by separate process, of course. I need to acknowledge the separation between the Zoning Board of Appeals and obviously here in the Conservation Commission. So by separate process, we've had it reviewed, and it's our contention that everything is up to the statutes and the design standards that they need to be at. We obviously want to make the commission comfortable with our position. And obviously, in order for that to take place, that's what your consultant will do for you. We would love it for you to take our word for it, but we know you have to verify it independently. So as we understand it, as what you are asking Ms. Hill to provide scope and fee on is the general nature of the hydrogeology associated with subsurface recharge. We would certainly assert there's limited information. There's limited jurisdiction in terms of the 100-foot wetland resource area buffer, the adjacency to the intermittent stream where all of our systems occur upstream and outside of those zones as prescribed by the Wetlands Protection Act. But we know that there's the relationship there, and we're certainly respecting that through the commission's decision to hire Ms. Hall or whomever that consultant ultimately becomes.
All right, fair enough. let me, while you still have the floor, let me shift gears entirely.
Okay.
You had submitted some data for our review and analysis relating to the removal of chemicals, not just the suspended solids. And I don't know, I know it was submitted somewhat recently, and I'm not blaming you for that, but I'm asking directly whether our expert, internal expert, Ingrid, have you had an opportunity to review that? And do you know what I'm talking about? These are we were concerned with some of the sodium chloride, calcium chloride being used, and whether or not the mechanism for removing chemicals was sufficient to protect, because we're dumping into a stream. The design is dumping into a stream. So I want to make sure that we're doing everything possible to get those chemicals out of the discharged water.
Right, and I'm sorry, I wasn't able to figure out whether that is the case. I do know that the calcium and the magnesium are more favored for that situation because they're less stressful for the environment. But in terms of filtration and getting the salt out of there, I don't.
All right, Phil, can you, for the public's benefit and the rest of the commission, can you tell us, what can be done and what are you suggesting in terms of cleaning the water?
So I can, Mr. Chairman. So obviously, just to revisit our discussion from previous hearings, the conversation was centered around the snow removal adjacent to the stormwater system. And there were two elements that were requested of us that were provided last week. One, Ingrid had requested that we provide MSDS sheets for various snow removal compounds. And that's just de facto information based on sodium chloride, potassium chloride, magnesium chloride, excuse me, sodium chloride, calcium chloride, basically the laundry list of available chemicals that can be used to treat snow melt. And that was provided. No commentary necessary on any of them because they are what they are in terms of chemical compounds. The second ask, which was a discussion, I think during our second meeting, was whether or not the filtration mechanisms we had removed the soluble compounds part of snow removal, de-icing chemicals, and I had indicated that they did not. They were for certain size pollutants, chemicals, sediment material, but they didn't separate out soluble compounds.
And that would make sense, yeah.
All right, and we had talked at great length that there were more advanced filtration methods, pressurized cartridges, things that force water through a filtration membrane as being some methods to remove, let's call it smaller particles, eventually breaking down into the soluble world. And we had talked about the Filtera system from Contact, and we had also talked about the storm trap system. And in the packages provided, I gave you the material sheets on both of those, but neither one of those meet the specifications that they would remove sodium or chloride or magnesium or whatever breakout compound you want to target out of the snow melt. Neither one of those really fit the bill. So we were not suggesting use of those here. We also recognize DEP doesn't prescribe any particular treatment for snow handling or filtration mechanisms for snow. The Milton bylaw, the wetland bylaw doesn't prescribe anything here. So we're obviously not advocating anything other than what we've proposed on the site plans, given that that is the standard per se. Now, obviously, I understand the environmental concerns, but in absence of a regulation to apply here, we really don't have anything to design up against. And what we had talked about previously doesn't fit the bill in terms of what the commission would like to accomplish. So that's the background in terms of what we gave and the color in which I want to provide it to the commission.
Right. John, I don't think such a thing exists because it's not a particulate, it's a soluble salt. So it would have to be something like an affinity column, which for this type of purpose would be prohibitively expensive, and I don't think it even exists. I think what our concern is really is to go with a salt that is the least damaging to vegetation and flora and fauna. And the problem is, I think those are more expensive than the traditional sodium chloride based snow melts. And I think that's the concern here. Am I getting that right?
That's my read of the situation. I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman. I guess that
No,
question
I
was
didn't
for
know who
you.
she was asking, whether or not that was my
Did I?
understanding or you.
Yeah. So
Go ahead, Joe.
that's our understanding, Ingrid, of what your concern is. And we would offer up, the applicant will offer up the restriction to not use the sodium chloride that is often flagged as the harshest of the chemicals.
Yes.
So we would absolutely support that. We would ask that for a condition if that's amenable to the commission, and we can talk about the alternatives, but let's immediately get the harshest one out of the way. You know, we would restrict that usage on site.
What about the old-fashioned ways? Sand.
Sand. That Vermont is really good about that, and it works just fine.
Right. That mine was a serious comment. What about just using sand?
Sand.
I know you have to clean it.
You have to clean it. Sand is good for improvement on traction. It's not a good melter though. It doesn't actually, it actually doesn't de-ice, and that's part of the problem with it. And then it obviously migrates into the stormwater systems that require enhanced cleaning. We're not opposed to the cleaning, of course, because we have that as part of the operation and maintenance package, but it's just not an effective de-icer. It's just not.
Intended to be.
Arthur?
Right.
No, I was just gonna say, sand isn't intended to be a de-icer.
Right.
Oftentimes it's used in combination with de-icers to see where the de-icer spread took place.
They do what's called I think it's called a premix, which is, it's a 50-50 blend of sand and rock salt. You know, those exist because half melts the ice, half creates the traction.
Right, and the sand actually, it's dark, so it helps with the melting. The problem with the rock salt is that's sodium.
Oh, right.
Right. So we think the right answer is like a calcium chloride here. It's a liquid application. That's probably the best you can do.
They have granular as well.
Okay.
They have granular.
Okay.
Yeah, which might be easier for you to use. Magnesium or calcium definitely comes in granular.
Okay. But we would propose that strikes the balance between what you're trying to achieve and, you know, the rock salt or the sand alone.
Well, part of it is also tied to, you know, the snow storage areas. Like, where do you put the snow? And I know you've got a limited site, and at some point you may have to be taking snow off-site. Yes. And that may be a way to control the amount of chemicals that could go in, because if you're stockpiling snow and it's, you know, whatever, I'll make it up, 10 feet high, snow storage, if that melts, there's going to be a chemical component to that. So part of this balance may be to get your snow off-site. And I think that's part of it, because when you exceed your snow storage capacity, it's got to go off-site anyway. So maybe one of the issues that we should be looking at is, you know, how much should you be allowed to store on site? Mm-hmm. And again, we're looking for some kind of a balance. And if it's something costs a little more in terms of, or a lot more even, it may not get to the stage of being, you know, uneconomical for the development, but nevertheless, something that benefits the environment, and there may be a balance in there as well. Mm-hmm.
So
all right, are there commissioners before, and Phil, you'll have a chance to come back, because I will call on Dan Hill and his team, but are there questions that the commissioners have at this juncture? Beyond what we've already discussed about, you know, mounding and the storage capacity, and that is the ability of the piping system currently, the drainage system off-site, to handle the capacity of discharged water from the site. Hearing none, Dan, do you want to present your team or give us an overview, or direct it to Scott?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. That'd be great. And for the record, my name is Dan Hill. I'm a land use attorney, and I represent several of the neighbors and the butters to the proposed project. In the interest of time, I'd like to just pass the baton off to Scott Horsley, and then after Scott, John Chesia. Scott is a hydrologist with a deep bench of experience with stormwater standards and groundwater hydrology issues. And John Chesia is a registered civil engineer in the Commonwealth. I just want to make two quick comments just on the issue of the economics of conditions. As the commission may be aware, that is definitely something that was relevant during the 40B permitting process. The zoning board was confined not to impose conditions that make the project uneconomic. But that standard does not apply in this context where you're administrating just the state law, not the bylaw. And therefore the standard would be simply what protects the environment. So I think we would support a very strict condition in terms of the use of salts on these driveways and roads, and would recommend that sand be used as it's the most or the least toxic method of providing safe walkways. So I guess, without further ado, I would like to recognize Scott, and if he could, and by the way, for the commission members, just as a reminder, we did send in comment letters on March 11th, I believe, from both Scott and John.
Understood and appreciated and received.
And do you mind if I share my screen?
That's perfect.
Okay. All right, Scott, are you there?
Yeah. And I was going to share my screen too to look at part of the letter,
okay.
but
no, go ahead, Scott. Go ahead.
But maybe before I do that, Mr. Chairman, I guess I would like to respond or comment on the salt issue you were just talking about, which is not in my letter, but I can certainly provide more information on that. You were talking about a number of compounds: sodium chloride, potassium chloride, magnesium chloride. And I believe the concern you mentioned was the stream and presumably the ecosystem. And I would submit that the part of all of those chemicals that of concern is the chloride, not the sodium. The sodium is of concern to drinking water. Chloride is an ecological issue, and all of those compounds that you discussed all have chloride. So none of them, I think, will address what I interpreted as your concern about the stream habitat issues. The best solution.
Ask us a question. Is
Sure.
is a sulfate better? What's
Well, that's what I was going to get to. I'm
yeah,
sorry.
okay. Oh, sorry.
So the
Sorry to interrupt
two,
you. Yep.
the two best solutions, in addition to the staying with the sand, which is true, other areas are using just sand, so it does work. It's not preferable in Massachusetts apparently, but it does work in other states. But the two best ways to control this is, first of all, reduce impervious areas. This is low impact development. Make the project smaller and the loads would be less. That's certainly an option. There's no requirement to make the project the size that it is. Then the second one is permeable pavement. University of New Hampshire has done pretty conclusive testing that if you use pervious pavement, you don't need to use any kind of salting. So there are some alternatives. And again, reduction in impervious surface is probably the best one from an environmental standpoint, because there's other benefits that go along with that. I guess I would just submit that, and perhaps happy to provide more detail on that later, but I thought I'd mention that given the conversation tonight. And with that, Mr. Chair, if I can share my screen, I'll just briefly touch on a couple points in my letter, which hopefully you can see now. Are you able to see my text
Yes,
in my
we are.
letter? So I'm just going to scroll to one or two of the tables and the figures. And there's really only two comments that I'll talk about tonight. One is relative to the groundwater mounting analysis. I'm happy to hear we'll be bringing another party on board to review this because my comment, as you may recall, and it's still the same, and that is that the mounting analysis has been done is based upon a number of input variables, two particularly that are really important for the outcome, neither of which have been determined by on-site analyses. And those two parameters are saturated thickness and permeability. They have a major effect on the outcome of the model. Again, neither have been determined by on-site measurements, but it's easy to do so. It's very easy. It can be done in one day. So I'm not certain why we've been talking about this for quite some time. And we can hire a lot of experts and discuss this, or we could do some borings and get the right answer, which is what we've been suggesting all along. And I'll just scroll down to my table here, which I've submitted previously. This is the test pit data on site. There are 9 test pits, and as you can see, I've tabulated it. On the far right, I calculated saturated thickness. The average saturated thickness, according to the applicant's test pit data, this is not my data, this is theirs, is a little less than 5 feet. The number they're using in their model is 20 feet. That's 4 times. And my comment is that in my view, they have 2 choices. They either use their own data and use a saturated thickness of 4.9, or they take 1 more day's worth of field work and drill a well, drill a couple wells, and determine the saturated thickness. So that's I think that's fairly straightforward to get the right answer. The other advantage of drilling on site is they can also determine on-site permeability tests to get the correct hydraulic conductivity. And again, currently they're using an estimated number in their modeling. And these are very important numbers that go into these calculations. So those are my comments on the groundwater modeling, and hopefully the third-party expert that will come on will agree that on-site data is the best way to do this. And it's easily accessible, and it's quite commonly done. My second comment is, as I say, notwithstanding the comments I just gave you, the current modeling, mounding modeling, which I don't believe is correct and underestimates it, but nonetheless, what I've done is I've taken that data and I've constructed this cross section. I'll just scroll forward to this cross section, which is in my letter. And what the modeling is showing is that there is breakout within the detention basin down below the infiltration system. And this is something that is not consistent with the modeling that's done in terms of how the stormwater goes through these various stormwater detention systems. It also does constitute a breakout, which is something that should be avoided in the design. And again, these elevations are based upon the current groundwater model, which I don't believe is conservative enough. And as I've just said, I don't believe is based upon on-site data. I believe once you determine that, the mounding would likely be higher. But nonetheless, the existing mounding does show some issues with respect to interaction. And maybe just I should be clear here, this rectangle here is a representation of the infiltration system, the retaining wall shown here vertically. And then this is the detention basin. The dashed line is representing existing grades. So you can see this as a cut here or an excavation to create that the detention basin. I have it here in plan view as well. So here's the detention basin that's proposed, and the infiltration basin sitting up on top of it with the retaining wall. And of course, the wetland is down here on the right-hand side of the drawing or the map. So I'll stop there, Mr. Chairman. Be happy to answer any questions. And again, look forward to the third-party review on the value of on-site data.
Well, let me back up, because there are 2 issues that there are a lot of issues that you've addressed, but one of them is the on-site data and the need for on-site data. And I know, I think we touched on it briefly before.
Yes.
With Phil and his team. And I think they're doing some extrapolation on the soils in the area and kind of doing an extrapolation. But, and I don't want to speak for Phil, and I'm sure he'll correct me. But putting aside the data, when you had that diagram up showing that there could be some overflow essentially on the detention basin from mounding, how do you correct it?
How do you correct it?
Yeah, I mean, do you increase can you build a berm on the downward side of the detention basin, or what can be done to fix it?
Well, the most direct way would be to decrease the amount of stormwater infiltration.
Okay.
Because that's what's causing the mounding. And the way you do that, again, is you decrease the amount of impervious surface. Beyond that, I guess I don't know if there's room to move the detention structure further away. I'll make it less steep. I'm not sure, but this is the current plan in terms of being able to handle the amount of stormwater. So it would either be a reduction in impervious surface, which would result in less infiltration recharge, or moving facilities to other locations. But I presume they've thought about where their options are in placing these, but I don't know.
Well, there's not a lot of space in the area where the detention basin is. They're coming up pretty close to the stream.
Well, that's,
Yeah,
and
but
that's
I
why,
don't know whether you could make it longer.
well,
And I know that's the wrong word to use, and it may go back to Phil. But is there maybe let me pass the question to Phil. Is it possible to make that detention basin larger, not deeper, larger?
Yeah, yes, Mr. Chairman. To answer that more directly, we could make the basin longer, across its axis. Yes, that is possible without going deeper. But I think I would just want to chime in to your question to Mr. Horsley in terms of the graphic that's on the screen. I mean, we're mixing a couple of elements of stormwater here, and I don't want to get too in the weeds, too confusing, too argumentative, knowing again, we're going to get another view coming into the mix. But what he's done is he's overlaid a graphic of a potential groundwater mounding coming out of the infiltration system that he's annotated behind that retaining wall. And he's got the proximity to the detention basin. And I'm not vetting his numbers. I will take the graphic for what it is, and for the purposes of my statement, consider it factual. But it's an instantaneous picture. So what it's assuming is that the entirety of the recharge volume that's going into the infiltration system has been pushed into the ground. It then assumes that the stormwater basin, that there's time to drain that is occurring within the stormwater basin. And as you can appreciate, water leaving an open air basin occurs at a different rate of speed than the water that's going to be moving through the soil and then potentially breaking out into the soil. So what he's depicting here, while maybe factually correct, may not be a problem at all. The amount of water that might come into the detention basin as a bleed out from the groundwater mounding analyses would simply go into an open air detention basin that has excess capacity to absorb the additional water. It would spread across the bottom area of the basin and either leave through the outlet control structure as necessary, or it would recharge through the bottom of the basin. It doesn't depict a catastrophic event or a failure of the stormwater systems or a failure of the basin, but the manner in which the data is presented on the screen does. It says that it's inherently saying, or you can infer from it, that the underground recharge system is not doing what it's supposed to, or it's somehow otherwise compromising the stormwater detention basin. And quite frankly, neither one of those are happening here. And we can certainly walk through those elements with Ms. Hall, if GZA, if it's flagged from her perception, and we look at the time, the drawdown time from the infiltration system, the drawdown time of the detention basin, and how those all tie out together. So I would just caution us to absorbing this graphic as being necessarily bad, because it doesn't take into account the actual time span under which stormwater is moving through the site and through the systems. But back to your original question, could the basin get longer? If it had to, if out of necessity, we could make it longer towards the north and spread it out a little bit more, sure. But we don't believe it's necessary to do that, obviously.
All right, I think my concern, and this question goes back to Scott Horsley, and that is, as I look at your diagram, is there some kind of a danger or risk, whether it be a 5-year, 10-year, 25-year storm or 50-year storm or whatever it is, of the water overtopping the basin and eroding the slope to the stream? That's really what I'm looking at here.
Yeah,
it's the overtop of the basin.
Well, my understanding is that the HydroCAD analysis and the proposed stormwater management plan proposes to use both the infiltration basin here as well as the detention basin. And I believe the way the model was run is that those would work independently, not assuming that some of the infiltrated water would show up in the detention basin. So I think somebody needs to look at the HydroCAD calculations. I don't know if Mr. Chessie is with us tonight or not, but I know he's looked at these in some detail. And there could be, and in fact, I think there might be there would be essentially some double counting of how these facilities are working. I think I agree with what Phil said, that the timing of this needs to be taken into account, and that's exactly what the HydroCAD analysis is supposed to do. If in fact part of the infiltrated water is showing up in the detention basin, overlapping with the same time that the detention basin is supposed to be detaining other stormwater, then that's what I mean by double counting, in which case this detention basin is going to fill prematurely to the calculations, and at that point you'll have perhaps more overflow, getting back to your issue, Mr. Chairman, and possibly some erosion caused by that if in fact the system does not function as modeled. So that's the point. I don't believe that the proposed stormwater system anticipates that part of the detention basin capacity would be filled with essentially breaking out infiltration water. And that's something that I think needs to be looked at. The other thing I'll just mention from what Phil said, another point that I agree with him on the timing, this graphic that I prepared comes directly from their own groundwater mounting analysis, which is shown here from the report. And the other thing that happens with timing is this is showing it at, I think, the peak point. As the storm starts to recede, the water level at the infiltration basin, which is shown here, actually declines. But this part of the mound out here, where the detention basin, actually increases after the peak event. So that's something that I'm glad he mentioned that, something we're gonna have to look at, because in that sense, because of the timing, the breakout in this detention basin that I'm showing here would actually get higher over time after the peak event. And maybe the best way we could see this, and perhaps this is another thing we can get Mary to look at, the mounding really should be done over a 72-hour period to look at how it changes after the peak event. So I agree with Phil that the timing is important, but I think it might work against this facility properly functioning. So we should take a look at that. That's an excellent point.
Phil, can I ask you a question? And it's a real simple question. And in another project, we had asked for a mounting analysis and never got it. And DEP eventually, stepped in and issued a superseding order. But I never understood why the applicant didn't do it. It seemed to be pretty simple. And I'm wondering whether or not, when Scott said that you could do on-site data collection and just go deeper on your test wells, is there some reason that I'm missing why you wouldn't do that? I mean, is it cost or time or what is it?
So we all need to operate in a world that is prescribed by regulation. And DEP requires that if our stormwater systems have less than 4 feet of separation to a water table, that's when you are required to do a groundwater mounding analysis. They prescribe in the Wetlands Protection Act that you can do a hand-touche method of analysis, which is the spreadsheet calculations that were submitted with the notice of intent and also the previous information submitted with the Zoning Board of Appeals. The hand-touche calculations were derived from a book probably 5 inches thick. I won't pretend to know all of the intricacies that are contained within it. I know Dr. Horsley does. He obviously is quite well experienced in terms of groundwater mounding analyses. A lot of the associates that he works with are also quite adept at them. But in essence, what the USGS did, who was the publisher of that hand-touche derivation calculation, is boiled it down to a simple spreadsheet, for lack of a better term. And Scott pointed out correctly, there's really only a handful of parameters that are there. And the parameters involve the hydraulic conductivity of the soil, the recharge rates and various size parameters, and then the saturated zone, the initial thickness of the saturated zone. What the hand-touche derivation also allows, and what Mass DP also allows, and what the USGS analysis also allows, is that we can rely on publicly available soil data to make some assumptive measurements about the site in terms of what we know and how it's going to function. It doesn't mandate that we have to perform geotechnical analysis. It doesn't say that we have to do geological borings to a particular depth. I certainly agree with him that if you were to do it, you would acquire more data, but it's not data that is required in order to submit and meet the performance standards and the presumptions of the Wetlands Protection Act in this case. So it's not necessarily a cost issue. I don't want to boil it down to economic factors. It's us working within the parameters that we can work with to assert that the design meets the standards of performance that were put forth in the Wetlands Protection Act. It's not masking data. It's not fabricating data. It's not using data that's with inappropriate factors of safety. It's using published value data that is available to engineers like us to perform these analyses. Certainly, again, Mr. Horsley has extensive experience on taking these groundwater mounting analyses to a quite in-depth level. But that's not what's necessary on situations like this. And that's why we've chosen to limit the data analyses to the Hantouche derivation spreadsheets as submitted with the notice of intent information. There was a lot to unpack in there. Did that answer your question, Mr. Chairman?
Phil, you are very articulate, very articulate. But the bottom line, if you boil it all down, it sounds like you're saying you don't have to in order to meet the standards.
Right. We want to make sure that what we're presenting to you meets those standards, what meets the Mass DEP standards. That's the world we have to operate in and the rules of the game that we have to follow. And that's what we've provided. Yes.
Understood. But do you agree with the general proposition that on-site data is better?
I do. I do. Obviously, conducting test pits on site give you more information about site specific. Conducting borings on site give you more specific data. That is an undeniable fact. Absolutely correct. If you go through, you dig more holes, you do more borings, you will get more data. That's correct. It doesn't necessarily translate that getting that data makes the model better or worse. It just gets you more data to work with. That is a true statement.
All right, understood. What about, let me shift back to Scott for a moment, and then I'm sure there are other questions from commissioners. But Scott, could you weigh in on the pipe size on the discharge off property?
Actually, I can't, Mr. Chairman. That's something I did not look at. Mr. Chesia did look at that. And again, I'm not sure if he's with us tonight or not.
I saw his name up earlier.
Yeah. John, are you here? Do you want to comment on that?
I am here. Yes. Would you like me to comment on the?
Yes, please. Yeah, just identify yourself so the public knows who you are. I know your name.
John Chesia. I'm a registered civil engineer in Massachusetts. I have my own company, Chesia Consulting Services. So the issue with the offsite analysis, it is for the pipes and it's for the stream as well, actually. The methodology that was used is the HydroCAD program. And if you take the HydroCAD manual and you read it, it's inappropriate for that type of application. It's not made for the type of use where you have undersized pipes and you'd have a different sort of hydraulic condition. On the stream side, where the stream enters, there's a 42-inch pipe ultimately that the stream uses to pass under Alfred Road. At that location, you would model it as a pond, not as a reach, because that would be what would happen. The water would back up behind the pipe, and the residents that live in that neighborhood have seen that multiple times. I walked it and I was shown where it flows. So the model is inappropriate for that. But just from a common sense point of view, if you look at it, you have a catch basin at the very top of the cul-de-sac where they're going to connect all of their water through a pipe. That's on a very steep hill. The catch basin at the top of the cul-de-sac basically doesn't collect any water right now because it's at the top of the pavement and most of the overflow across the land isn't going to actually flow into it. It's not like there's a channel or a swale to that catch basin. So most of the water that flows off of the site flows over land and may eventually reach Meeting House Lane. But if you take a ride up Meeting House Lane and look at the catch basin situation, it's not going to get caught in all of those. What does happen is it probably bypasses catch basins to a large extent, flows over the lawns, and then puddles along Alfred Road, which is relatively flat. Meeting House Lane is relatively steep once you get past the first couple of houses. You can see by the contours on the map. So if you put a whole bunch of water in a pipe at the top of a steep system, what's going to happen, and I don't know if any of you have seen it, but I see it unfortunately on the road that I live in, because there is a problem with the drainage system in my road. And when the water comes from uphill, which is probably a half a mile away from my house, it comes out of the catch basin rather than going in. So right now, it would exacerbate conditions on Meeting House Lane itself. Alfred Road floods now. Pipes are too small. I think everybody knows that, but it'll exacerbate conditions on Meeting House Lane, and it will pressurize the pipe system hydraulically.
So yeah, how do you put the cost aside? And I know it's off property, I get it. But if you were gonna fix it, would you put in bigger pipes?
Well, yeah, I mean, you could put in bigger pipes, and certainly Alfred Road in particular needs bigger pipes because that's where most of the flooding occurs. As far as at the stream side, that's a different case, but yes, bigger pipes, what there are for easements and all those types of things and where it goes. I think the overflow point within the road is not coincident with the pipe outlet from the drainage system. Alfred Road's sort of like up and down a little bit, but when you go out there, you can kind of see, goes through somebody's yard and then out down into the stream below. So yeah, solution is bigger pipes would always fix it, but there's other ramifications from that as well. You know, you'd have to have an outlet that's protected, because now you'd probably have a significantly bigger pipe. I think the outlets are 15, and I suspect you'd need quite a bit more than that. And probably maybe, you know, potentially more catch basins to catch the water too.
Understood. All right. Questions from commissioners? What about any response, Phil, in terms of the pipe situation?
No, what I can do, Mr. Chairman, is, you know, John, Mr. Cheshire, you know, brought up the points about the piping and the runoff from the HydroCAD model. I will put together just a memo of how those systems operate together here, the intent of this plan, maybe to help clarify the situation and create some schematics to help create a clearer understanding, if you will. And I will do that before our next meeting to make sure we have that to talk about.
Yeah, that would be great, because, you know, one of the points that Scott brought up was that, you know, you've got two independent systems working here, but they impact each other. There's some interface there, I guess. Or is there? I mean, does one system impact the other?
Understood. Let me roll up my sleeves and narrate on that in a more articulate way in writing, so that way we can all have that to digest.
You couldn't be more articulate, Phil.
But I'm going to do it in writing, though, so you have it in front of you for the next time. Yeah. Well, so no comment this evening, but I will opine upon it for the next, so we have it for the next meeting.
All right, fair enough. Questions from commissioners? Questions from abutters, members of the public, interested parties?
Mr. Chairman, could I ask a question? I just wanted to ask John to address the other points in his letter just briefly. He had a couple of other pretty significant comments to make about the deficiencies we think that are in the design where they don't match up with the requirements of the stormwater standards, and I think it has to do with enough test pits in the locations of the infiltration systems. And also the discharge to Meeting House Lane actually violates standard number 2, according to the developer's own offsite infrastructure report. So is it okay, Mr. Chairman, if I have John address those issues?
Sure. And I didn't mean to limit discussion by coming up with those two issues, the mounding and the pipe size, but essentially, I think most of the comments that I've read, fall into one of those two general categories. But I'm certainly not limiting discussion about other issues.
Mr. Chairman, I just want to interrupt very briefly.
Sure.
Certainly, Mr. Cheshire can speak. I do not believe we are in receipt of a letter from Mr. Cheshire. We have one from Mr. Horsley dated March 11. I do not believe we have one from John. So I don't know if that exists in a file somewhere, but I do not believe we have seen it. So before he goes off expounding upon the letter, we haven't had a chance to review it if that exists.
I can send you a copy.
All right, and that's, just so that you know, Phil, and with the under the guidance of Arthur Doyle, we're trying to digitize our files. That's a real problem for us because we're operating in the last century in terms of paper files. So the letter did come in, and we don't have an automatic scanning mechanism to make it available online. But we're trying desperately to do that. We're actually seeking a grant to get that done. So that is that you've identified a problem for us because you certainly are entitled to see John's letter.
I didn't mean to attack the commission's filing procedures, but
you don't have to. We'll follow that sword on that one.
So respectfully, what I would ask, certainly if you would like to Mr. Cheshire to speak, by all means, but we'll have to reserve any comment to it because we haven't seen his letter. Okay.
Absolutely. John, maybe you could summarize it and then we can revisit it at the next meeting.
Sure. And so I'm going to just go through a couple of things and talk a little more about mounding too. But one of them I think that the board should be aware of. So the building layout, there's essentially an excavation for the Westerly building in particular, 13 to 15 feet below grade. It's 12 feet into the groundwater, basically, that foundation. That means that there's going to have to be some means to collect that groundwater and deal with it so you don't have a foundation and a leakage into the basement. So the concern there is, where does that go? That's going to end up being piped somewhere, and it's a pretty significant cut. So it's not an insignificant amount of water that may get picked up from the foundation. Yeah, there it is. So
that's what I call the bathtub effect?
Yes. So I think that's something that should be of concern to the commission, because where does it go? How does it impact the stormwater systems? They're at the top of the hill, and everybody else is below for the most part with drainage problems already. So if you add groundwater flow as a constant thing during the springtime, that's something to be concerned about. It's a little premature maybe for this aspect, but ultimately before you write a decision, I think you should have a construction management plan as to, and a draft NPDES stormwater pollution prevention plan. This is a very tight site. It's completely surrounded by abutters that are fully developed, and the impacts to them is significant. It's a steep hill, especially along the edges. So I think that's something important to consider, and how that's managed. We don't have a lot of information on that. We talked about I talked about the piping system. Phil made a good point that you do have to comply with the stormwater regulations, which would mean that you need test pits, a minimum of 2 in every one of your infiltration systems, which they do not have. So they don't have enough testing sufficient to comply with the regulations right now. So there would be a need to do more testing because there isn't enough. Relative to this, maybe Dan, you can flip to the Scott's picture. I don't know if you have his picture of the wall, or Scott could go to the one that's maybe the, yeah, okay, that one. So relative to compliance with regulations, I just want the board to be aware of how this thing is proposed to be constructed. So we have retaining walls. Retaining walls, we don't want to hold water back behind a retaining wall. They're supposed to drain out. And if you look at their details, they're supposed to drain out. They're like modular block walls. The base of the wall is approximately elevation 100. The base of the infiltration system is approximately 105.8. So nearly 6 feet above the base of the wall would be the bottom of the infiltration system where all the water is being absorbed, theoretically. And it's only 10 feet from the wall. So you backfill a retaining wall with free draining fill. Doesn't take a genius or even an engineer to have a sense of where that water might go, which is going to be through the wall. It's going to go the path of least resistance. So, and you don't want to build up the pressure behind the wall because that adds a structural force against the wall to cause the thing to tip over. So subsurface systems have limited information on setbacks, but if you look at other infiltration systems and you look at setbacks from slopes and walls, they're not 10 feet, they're much more significant than that. So I don't believe this complies with the regulations or has enough tests or any of those things. So I'm not going to offer a design correction for them. I think that's something though that does need to be looked at much more carefully and rethought, because this doesn't seem like something that is in compliance or will be functional and work properly over the long term. So, I mean, I had a couple other minor comments in there, but I think those are the big ones. And I think we would appreciate, the commission looking at those issues and asking the applicant to address them.
All right, and then Dan, you said you'd get John's reports over to Phil, correct?
Yeah,
Right,
no problem.
That will give you a start on that, and we'll look forward to your response to that.
Mr. Chairman, if I could just respond briefly to what Mr. Cordero was saying with respect to what's required under the stormwater standards for testing. I guess I don't disagree that the stormwater standards or the stormwater handbook doesn't require deep holes to establish things like saturated thickness and so forth. But the handbook definitely does not sanction the use of variables in the modeling that are unsupported by fact. And that's what they're doing. So we wouldn't have a problem if they were assuming a saturated thickness of 5 feet. We do have a problem when they're assuming a saturated thickness of 20 feet, which is completely unsupported by any data in the field. So that's the issue. And I think, I don't know if Phil was suggesting otherwise or not, but and I'm happy to address that in a memo before the next meeting, because I think it's a very important issue. We all rely a lot on the modeling that goes into these drainage systems, and we all know the truth about modeling: garbage in, garbage out. You got to have good, strong assumptions and variables to get good results, and I think that's what Scott especially has flagged here, is that there's some question over whether these variables are in fact accurate. And I think it's very important with a confined site like this with basically no slack, that there's no room for error because the site is maxed out, that we make sure that every single variable is accounted for and that the design itself is conservative.
All right, thank you very much. And I understand, and I wasn't being a wise guy, Phil, when I was trying to sort of get the lowest common denominator of your very articulate presentation by saying that you don't have to do it under the standards. But I mean, there's some interesting points in it if you accept, as I do, that more data is a good thing. And then it may be appropriate to have some test pits that go deeper than 4.9 feet to support your modeling. Particularly if it's not time consuming or overly expensive. It's just a thought I had, rather than arguing the hypothetical academic issue. It just get it done. It might be a quicker way to get to the bottom.
Your point is not lost on us, Mr. Chairman. I did not take it as an affront. Understood.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Any other questions from commissioners, abutters, members of the public? Then with that, and Phil, I do commit to you that we will, with all due haste, try to retain. Help me, Steve. Is it Mary Hall? I obviously don't know her. Steve, you're on mute.
Mary Gary
Yeah.
Hall, GZA, that's
There we
correct.
go. All right. We will, with all due haste, try to get that retention. And we'll get to you, of course, if you don't know her, and I certainly don't, but get her qualifications out to you.
Thank you. We would love to be a participant in that process. And again, with the one request being to ask Ms. Hall what her bandwidth is in terms of her ability to review the information, obviously, so we can be further productive at the next meeting.
Understood and agreed, and we'll get back to you forthwith. All right, and with that, we will continue this hearing with the assent of the applicant until, help me, May 10th? May 10th it is. All right.
Yes.
All right, thank you all very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next on the agenda, and we're gonna have to really move fast here, request for extension of order of conditions, 131 Elliott Street.
Yes, Steve Connolly, manager of 131 Elliott Street LLC.
Steve, there you are. I got you. Okay.
Okay, yeah.
Welcome, and I thank you for your patience, Steve.
That was quite a dissertation I listened to.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're looking for an extension on the order. We're asking for, I guess, for a year. Most of the work is done on site. We have some things that we need to finish up this spring. We have to go through, I believe it's 2 growing cycles, spring and summer into the fall. And then if everything works out, we'll be looking for a certificate of compliance sometime in the fall. So,
What's the, I don't have it in front of me and I should. What's the date on your order of conditions? What's the timing on this? I don't think it should be an issue, but I'm just curious as to when you date.
May 18th of 22. So I know the last time I was at the last minute back in 2/20, but I feel like a long time this time. So
Okay, and you're only asking for a 1-year extension.
a 1-year extension, yeah.
All right. Is there ever any? I don't have a concern with that, but I looked at the other commissioners, and certainly abutters and members of the public as well. But I'm not aware of any reason not to do it. Any commissioners? Thoughts, concerns, comments?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I would move that we grant the extension permit for 1
All
year.
right. Even before there's a second, are there any abutters or members of the public that want to weigh in, ask a question? Hearing none, let's go back so that you've made a motion to approve the 1-year extension. Is there a second for that?
But could I just ask a question first?
Absolutely, right.
I'm wondering if we could ask Steve if there's any reason that you could suggest that it would not be a good idea to grant a 1-year extension?
Nope. I have no reasons to not grant.
All righty then. Thank you.
Okay, good. When you said that, I thought you were talking about Steve Conley. I think, oh, okay.
Oh.
Okay.
I wasn't going to offer any.
All right, thanks. So is there a second on Arthur's motion?
Second.
Yep, thanks, Tom. All right, any discussion? Hearing none. Mr. Doyle, how do you vote?
Yes.
Hans, how do you vote?
Yes.
Todd, are you still there? I know he had to leave early, so he may not be here, but we still have our quorum. Ingrid, how do you vote?
Yes.
Wendy, how do you vote?
Yes.
Tom, how do you vote?
Yes.
And I, John Kiernan, vote yes as well. So Steve, you're all set. You've got a 1-year extension. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Next on the agenda is we're skipping 9. That's already been continued. That's 105 Cabot Street. Now 10 is request for certificate of compliance, 175 Governor Stoughton Lane. Is that something that I'm going to recuse myself from this? But let me ask you this, just for form, not for a substance on this one, but is there a PE record that says it's substantial compliance? Steve, do you know if that's in?
No, I don't know that. Maybe Dave Farrar can tell us.
All right, well, let me disappear then, okay? Because I'm going to recuse myself. I'll just circle back. You don't even have to text me.
Hi, I'm here. I'm Dave Fry. I'm with Marchand and Associates. We were the engineers and we provided the as-built. And there is a engineer's certification letter that was part of the submission package for the certificate of compliance request.
Yeah, that came in a couple of months ago, actually, and we missed you on the last meeting in March.
Yeah, there was a little mix up with the Zoom meetings. I thought I was in the wrong one, and so I ended up leaving it.
Right, and that includes the roadway work as well, right? Down by Unquity and
Yes, so they're correct.
Yes, and I saw the drawings. They looked good, but
Yes.
I just didn't notice the letter. I'm sorry.
That's all right. I can send everything, the whole package, if you would like it emailed.
I think we have it.
Okay.
I'll just look again. Sorry.
All right. No problem.
Any issues? Group?
What is this for again?
This is for the Governor Stoughton development. The cul-de-sac off of Unquity Road.
Yeah, a large development.
How large? 20, how many? 21, 22?
20, I think 21 lots.
21, yep.
Steve, I think I would rely on you to tell us whether they're compliant, because I couldn't say.
Yes, what I saw last month satisfied me. How's that for an answer?
I've been there myself, and I've been very impressed with the scale of the drainage. Like, they're landscape features now, these large detention basins. They're like in a ladder going up the hill.
That's
and,
right.
They're big.
There's 7 of them as well.
I would guess that because they're in the open and because they have soil in them, if nothing happens, they're going to turn into thickets real quick. So I guess part of the job has to be to maintain them.
That's correct. That's correct. And the
overall, I would say, I just would say it was a very impressive job to me.
It took a long time to do, Tom. There's a lot of rock there, right, David?
Yes.
Yes.
So
an incredible amount.
I do have a few questions. So the basin that's closest to Unquity Road, that's all stabilized and fully revegetated. I haven't gone by it recently, but that was one of the areas that was really, you could see the jute netting through the vegetation, and there are some steep slopes there. Is that?
I believe it is. We had our guys down in there, and most of the basins, almost all the way, everywhere, it was very grown in. Not just with the shrubs that were planted, but just natural vegetation has overtaken the banks, the berms.
And then secondly, at the roadway improvements further up that were done, which is, if I'm not mistaken, this is also included in this request.
Yeah, so there were 2 separate, but we just we sent them all in at the same time.
So when that work was done, I think some of the guardrails were pulled aside, and there were the metal that was left behind off to the side. Has that been removed and cleaned up? Or is any of that still there? And then secondly, there were the BMPs, the erosion control across the street. And I don't know if that's subsequently been pulled or if that's still in place. I know that those were pretty robust. I don't know if those will decompose naturally, but if it is stabilized and it is prepared to be pulled, I mean, if that's something that can be considered.
Yes, we can definitely get somebody in to pull that. you know, we typically like to wait for the okay to do that before we just rip the erosion control out. So,
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, that's why I said, you know, making sure it's stabilized first and.
yeah,
you know,
yeah, I could definitely have somebody in there to make sure that's all gone.
What about the guardrail? Last time I was through there, I saw guardrail.
I was unaware of the stockpile of guardrail. I will have to look into that to see where it is, and if it's still there, we'll have it removed.
So should we wait until it's removed, perhaps? Because it was guardrail is heavy.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, I mean, we could definitely wait until that's all removed.
And if you're able to get it done, I think, you know, ahead of our site visit coming up, we could even potentially include that in that agenda and potentially issue the certificate of compliance at that time. So
All right. When's the site? Oh, I'm sorry, excuse me. When's the site visit scheduled for?
23rd.
23rd of the month.
It's a week from Saturday.
Okay. I think I can manage to get that done.
Hans, that's a very good suggestion. We could also look at some of the basins that do the same day, you know, because we only have 2 things to do that day. 1259 and 1 Elliott.
David, would you be able to be there, or?
Yeah, I could make arrangements to be there.
Great, thank you.
Yep.
Sure. So it would be, I guess, after 10, just after 10 o'clock. Arthur, what is that your impression?
I think that's a fair 8:30, 9:30. It should be okay.
Okay. And we'll meet down at the roadway and then work our way up through the basins. How's that?
And let's just exchange telephone numbers too, so that if there's any delay, we alert you, or if we're coming early, miraculously, we'd like to know.
I'm pretty sure I have Dave's number. Yeah.
Yeah, and Steve, what I'll do is I'll make sure you have my cell phone number as well.
Okay. Okay.
Because I won't be in the office.
Understood.
Great.
Great. We'll continue then, right?
We will. Can we invite Mr. Cannon back?
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate your time.
Okay, thanks. All right, that was it.
Thanks, John.
Help me. I think I just walked off and put in the other room the agenda. What's the next on the agenda?
Last but not least, 593 Blue Hill Ave.
Definitely not least. No.
You guys are very patient. I salute you.
I just want to thank you for the enjoyable evening, the entertainment. I could see things are starting to get ugly. People are yawning and pets are starting to appear on the screen. It's going off the rails.
Yeah.
You know what? Let me just take 10 seconds. I just have to get my notepad. I left it in the other room. All right.
Sure.
Good evening, all. It's a tough night for you guys, I see. So.
How have you been, Jeff?
Yeah.
Good. It's been a while since I've presented anything this late. You guys, a lot of your meetings going this late now?
Or this early?
Oh wow! I remember those days that we had the commission meetings that went to 12, and you had to stop at 12 because you weren't advertised for the next day. So I feel for you. I've been there before.
If it makes you feel any better, last week I was on had to present for a Concom meeting in Nantucket. We were 16th on the agenda.
Oh wow! Hope you stayed over at that point. Jeez.
We got to, so we negotiated being able to do it remote. So thankfully.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I do like to remote that. It's easier. Okay, I know you guys are obviously in a hurry to get out of here. We have presented with you an alternative plan to 593 Blue Hill Ave's planting. As you may recall, we did receive a certificate of compliance for the 2019 order of conditions that was issued. We have met all conditions of the 2017 order conditions, with the exception of the planting plan that was under the special provisions. As we put in the letter, we did receive a copy of the plan. I don't think the commission has ever seen that plan before, because the owner, Presley Associates, says that was never issued due to lack of payment from the previous owner. So when we opened the plan, we saw it. To me, who's been in this business for a while, it seems very excessive for a single family house plan. The entire cleared area available to plant on that lot right now is about 15,000 square feet. And the amount of plant material they want to put in there, again, seemed very excessive for this type of single family development. So we've we've presented to you a planting plan we think more realistically is something that's on scale with what you typically see for a single family house. It does provide enhancements in the buffer zone. These species that are pulled out of the Massachusetts buffer manual. I know Steve did make mention of the Norway spruce that aren't native to the state, but that doesn't mean they don't have value, even though they're outside the buffer area. They still have value for food and cover year round. And we have used that species before, just right up the street there in the Wentworth Farm development. There's also an area that's associated with this site that's right along Blue Hill Ave. It's a retention area that does hold some water. It's also vegetated. That is part of 593 through easement. They do share the control of that and the maintenance of that. That area has, if you had a chance to go by there, it does look, it is well vegetated and it is frequented by animals as well, due to its presence of water, food, and cover. So if the commission has had a chance to look over our proposed plan, I'd like to answer questions and get some feedback. Hopefully we can move forward with this. We can get these plants in this spring and we can just close this project down. Or out, not down. Bad choice of words.
So do we have a bond in place now in the amount of $67,000?
Yes. Eugenia, you on this call? Looking for the owner. I don't see her. I believe so, John. I don't want to speak out of turn because the owner was supposed to be here. I guess it got too late for her, but my understanding is yes. I'll leave it at that. And I think that was in place at the time of the closing because they did close. So that was a condition of the closing.
Let me ask members of the public that are participating, are there any neighbors? Is it Vos Hill that's next, that backs up? Is it Vos Hill?
Yes.
I know that when the project was first approved, we've done a number of site visits there, and the neighbors were very interested. They wanted to make sure that they had an appropriate buffer, a screening between the houses. And I know that the original landscape plan, and I do have it in my hand. Well, I'm sorry, I've got your new landscape plan as well as the original. But what I'm really interested in is whether or not the new plan is sufficient to satisfy the neighbors per their original agreement.
What I will mention is the previous plan relied on plant material only for a screen. And the owners of 593 did work and discuss with the Vos Hill Road folks about replacing the old wooden fence that went along the back of the property line. That wasn't even a solid fence. There's now a 6-foot solid vinyl privacy fence. And I can put pictures of that up if you want to share screen here. So that's, before it relied on planting material, some of it deciduous, some of it evergreen, but not as much privacy that's going to be given as this 6-foot privacy fence, along with the spruce we're putting in the back that's going to bring it above the level of fence as well. So we believe there'll be more screening. And since the owner did work with them as far as replacing that fence, I think that speaks to their involvement with it, the process.
What's the total reduction? And again, I'm going to have to defer to, Wendy and Ingrid and certainly Tom in terms of the planting plan. But it seems like there's a pretty significant reduction because it started at 60 trees, 150 shrubs, 40 various perennials and ground.
Yeah, well, obviously there's a reduction. I mean, I would hate to just go apples, compare reduction one to the other. I don't think that first plan that was submitted was realistic at all to begin with. But if we do look at the reduction numbers, we've gone from initial plan of 60 trees. We're only reducing now down to 56. So we actually almost in the same tree realm. Shrubbery, they were at 150. We're at 65. Again, if you look at the amount of area, the size of the shrubs they were proposing, I don't think any of this was even realistic to begin with. And then they've had some perennials that they had about 400 various perennials. We're at a handful, we're at about 15 or so. I mean, these are just landscape plantings. These are visual. These are something that would also like to have the owners the ability to plant something in their yard that doesn't turn this whole area just into a mess of really mature landscape plants. So to us, I mean, as far as the commission goes, we're trying to give you buffer enhancements, plants that will work with the existing buffer zone that remains there, something that will provide some understory, which is typically lacking in these areas due to that deer foraging. So what we've done is try to get that into the buffer area. Landscape plantings, even the ones they're proposing, the shrubbery around the houses, I don't really consider that something that's buffer enhancement. You're not trying to attract wildlife to the house, at least large wildlife, deer and things like that. Any landscape planting, you're going to have some benefit with pollinators and bird nesting and things like that. Again, the house, if you want to look at some of the pictures we have, I don't know how you're really going to put any more around this house without it looking just overcrowded. And that's what, again, this Presley plan initially showed. It was just a plan that just, again, it seemed over the top, just way too many plantings. And I'll take, comments from the commissioner who I know is familiar with these landscaping. It just seemed, again, way over the top. Even I wouldn't even want to use it as a starting point, honestly.
Can someone remind me of the history and the rationale here for, and I quote, an exorbitant amount of landscaping for a single family home?
I was not involved in the initial order of conditions from 2017.
John, do you remember? I mean, it does seem like a lot. I don't know if I would use the word exorbitant, but
there were a lot of saplings there. There were a lot in the 4-inch range.
There were some of the trees spec'd at 22 to 24 feet.
I'm sorry, some of the
trees were spec'd at that height. Yeah.
Yeah, so that would be in the sapling range. And I do remember there was a bit of debate as to what should be considered in or out. And, as was mentioned by Jeff, a lot of those were potentially Norway maples, but I think that at the time it was just an assessment of numbers.
And I do want to just mention one thing. My understanding too, there was an issue with screening. This project,
there was.
Yeah,
the screening is what I remembered.
There was what the owners found out was in the building commissioner's file. There was a couple of notes, a couple of agreement letters between the abutters and the owners here. They weren't recorded, so they weren't filed during the due diligence period, but they popped up during the time of applying for building permits and occupancy. They threw another one at them. That's where the arborvitaes come from. That was an agreement to put arborvitaes down the driveway to help screen 600 and 610 Brush Hill Road. That's where that came up from. And then obviously the ones on the backside, there was no private agreement with those, but they did talk to them about replacing that fence, which seemed to do a lot more for privacy as opposed to just landscape material.
There are two issues that I recall, and it doesn't relate to the number, because I agree that the 60, 150, and 400 is a lot. But there were two things that I do recall. One is having an abutter there from the Boas Hill side and talking about screening. So that was an important issue. But on the other side, can you put up, can you screen share, Steve? Or Jeff, maybe you can do it. The new proposed plan?
Yeah.
Because I do recall standing on the berm. What's the name of that road that goes from Brush Hill Road to Blue Hill Avenue? Well, it's a private road. What is I can't remember the
Perkins
name.
Lane, isn't it?
Perkins Lane, right? I should remember Sam Perkins. Okay, Right where those, there are yellow trees, I guess.
Yeah, these are
And there
the
are a
yellow
number of
and-
numbers. I remember standing on that berm and saying that, and everybody agreed that that required some tree plantings just to hold it. Because the berm was important for drainage.
Mhm.
So
It-
what,
it
what's
has-
going there now? I'm unable, I've got it in my hand, but I'm unable to figure out what is actually being planted there.
Those are the arborvitaes that are gonna be going on that berm. There's 26 of them going from that driveway down to the end of the intersection of Blue Hill Ave.
Okay, and is that the screening that you were referring to?
Yes, that was required, that they had some type of screening. The numbers we came up with just to provide enough spread between them to let them grow, but that is the screening they required in that agreement.
All right,
And
so
that
that's
swale
still in
area is
place.
also grassed, so it's actually turfed. I don't know when the last time you saw it. And I can give you hold on a second. If you want to screen share with me now, I can show you the grassed area where that berm is.
Go right ahead, Jeff.
Okay.
Yep.
You see that?
Yes.
That's where that drainage structure would be up by the entrance of the garage for 593. So that grass goes all the way down to 138 there, Blue Hill Ave.
Yeah,
See?
we're looking, let's see that, we're looking east.
This is from the house looking down toward Blue Hill Ave now.
Yes, east. Yep.
Yeah. So the arborvitaes will be going, you can see there's already trees there, so we've got to space them enough where we can't, cram them right up against those trees. So they'll be going right along the edge here.
Yep.
Wait a minute, we're looking at Blue Hill Avenue. So the house on the left there is
This is
591?
591 on the left. We're standing in the driveway of 593 looking down toward Blue Hill Ave.
All right. So if you were to back up Perkins Lane towards Brush Hill Road.
Perkins Lane is on your right. That's Perkins Lane right here.
Oh, okay, all right. So
That's
the
Blue Hill Ave.
berm to the right there is what, okay, that's where the plantings were.
Right, they'll come right down here.
Okay. And that's where the arborvitaes will go
Yes.
to provide screening?
Yes.
Okay, no, and does your plan that I'm looking at in my hand, does that have sufficient screening in your view? That is enough arborvitaes in that area?
Again, yes, because you also do have mature trees along there as well. If this was completely cleared, I'd probably want to throw some more up there, I guess, but you do have mature trees there now as well, so.
All right, got it. That's understood. Now, on the other side, and again, I'm not looking at your picture, I'm looking at the proposed plan. I'm just concerned because I thought there was a deal struck for screening on the Vos Hill side as well. And I know you said that's where the fence is. I get it.
Right, yeah, and there was, as we have not seen any official deal, John, as far as anything written into any agreement. But they did talk with those owners about replacing that fence. We're given permission, the green light, and they did end up extending that fence all the way down the property line between the two back to Blue Hill Ave. So the other folks on Bose Hill being 10 and 12, who weren't part of the conservation hearing since they were out of it, they did reap the benefits of having that fence as well, even though I don't think they were brought up during that hearing. I may be wrong, you were there, I wasn't, but they are outside of the, they're not in the butter, at least 10 is not in the butter to 593.
Yeah, no, I don't remember 10 having an issue, but I can't remember the name of the person that was at the site walk, but I thought it was either, I'm looking at the map here, 26, 18, or maybe even 12. I just want to make sure that if there was a deal struck, and when I say if, I know there was an agreement in place with the owner that they would put sufficient trees there, but we never saw
there are trees here now in the back. Can you see this picture? And then there's going to be additional.
Yeah, but I'm on the. Maybe I'm disoriented or
this is
confused.
the back of the house.
What are we looking at right if you go down the driveway here, what are you gonna end up at? You said Perkins Lane is off to the right.
Yeah, are you looking at this picture here, the back of the house?
Yes.
Okay, so here's the white fence now that separates between Bose Hill. This house here is 593.
Jeff,
Wait a
we
minute,
can't see that.
we
we're
can't
only
see
looking
it.
at
We
the
can't see it.
driveway.
Oh, you're still looking at the driveway? Okay.
Yeah, the driveway photo. Yep.
All right.
Can you need to move that off and pick up the other photo.
Yeah, okay, let me do this one.
Don't feel bad. It's not easy.
Hold on.
I think you have to exit out somehow.
I'll try it. You see that one?
Nope.
No, nothing's changed.
No change. No change.
That's weird.
Yes, it is.
Hold on.
Here we go.
No, it's not doing it.
Hmm.
See the back of the house now?
No, he's a little child.
No, what a cutie.
I don't know. I don't know why one's not working. Let me try this.
Yeah, they're all grown up now. That says October 7th, 2010. The good old days.
Yeah, I know, right? Now they're talking back and they're all teenagers. Anything different yet?
No.
No.
I don't know why then. I don't know. It always seems to work before.
Maybe stop sharing and then.
Yeah, I can try that.
All over again.
Let me try to share screen again.
In the meantime, my only purpose is to make sure that to the extent that there was an initial agreement, that the neighbors are comfortable with what's between Vos Hill and Perkins Lane. That's my only focus. But aside from that focus, are the arborists, the naturalists, the experts comfortable with the planting plan?
I had a comment.
You do?
The 6 Norway spruces are on the north side of the house, on the other side from the driveway in the arbor meets, where the new fence is going in.
Yep.
There are 6 trees shown there. They're orange. I'm
Right.
looking at the plan. And they're all Norway spruces according to the proposed schedule.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, those are very dense conifers. So in the wintertime, when the people immediately to the north might want some sun to feel better, you'll have an east-west row of very dense conifers blocking the sun. So I wonder if you thought about that, about whether the shade of these very large spruces will cast a shadow last all winter on the neighbors on Rose Hill Road. And if you had deciduous trees, that would not happen because the leaves come down. You often do see a row of Norway spruces around town. There's one at Hutchinson's Field. There's one at the Canton Ave 40B site, but generally they're north-south. This is east-west, which means it's sort of a curtain wall for sunlight. And if I was living on Vos Hill Road, maybe I wouldn't want a row of very densely year-round needled Norway spruces between me and the sun.
Can you see, I hate to ask this, can you see the screen yet, the back of the house?
No.
We see all the small photos, but you may have to pick one and blow it up.
6, 8, 10. Yeah, we see a dozen photos. Yeah,
Okay, I'm gonna do it because I got this one up yet. All right, hang on a whole second. I'm gonna open up the screen sharing again. See that one?
There, now we got it.
Okay. So here, over here, you have a Norway spruce that's there today.
Yeah.
Okay. So we're proposing 6 more of those along this tree line. going back to what you're saying, here's the house here. You can see the elevation difference here. The house is already significantly higher than this area as well. It's always going to be there, potentially blocking sunlight. I think what you're mentioning is these trees growing to full height and 20, 25, maybe 30 years to get that height in a landscape situation. You know, you've got to have that perfect growing area to get those things that tall. You're pretty far off doing that. And I think that house height right here as well is not going to change. You also have trees a little to the further north on the other side that are mature trees, that though you can't see the canopy here, you may have blockage there as well. So I don't really see that one.
Yeah, we see the stripe of the tree trunks in the foreground.
Yeah.
But those are all deciduous trees, we can tell, right?
But you can also see they're pretty dense planting.
Yes.
Yeah,
Jeff,
all I'm saying is a lot of light is getting through there.
Right. And Jeff, I don't think you have to look at it from the Vos Hill side rather than the existing house side. Okay. If you're sitting in one of those Vos Hill houses, you're going to be blocked from viewing anything in most of the winter time.
Well, I guess again, if you're looking at their point of view, they have a pool back there, Steve.
Understood.
So
yeah, I've seen
it. You also got the back windows of your house looking straight onto your pool, so they may be more concerned with privacy than, you know, getting a couple more fingers of sunlight through there.
They'll get it with the deciduous trees, however.
Deciduous trees, the trunks are going to go above 6 foot of fence before you get the canopy. If you're looking at full-grown trees that we're talking about, those canopies are going to be up above that tree area.
Yeah, but the leaves fall in the winter.
Exactly.
It is deciduous. They
Right.
grow.
And then you won't have your privacy anymore.
Yeah, I thought going back to the several site walks, I thought that's what the Vos Hill folks wanted. That's why I kept pressing this. They wanted a screen.
If you look at the original planting plan, there's no way spruce back.
Yeah, we don't know.
Yeah, I wasn't
It's
part
true.
of it.
They're not here to tell us what they want.
Yeah.
But again, if you look at the original planting plan, if you do, I hate to refer to it because I don't think it's realistic, but there was Norway spruce along that property line.
I would be happy if we just saw fewer of them all over town. They're non-native.
Exactly.
They get very big and they block a lot of light.
They're great for Christmas lights, though. I speak from experience, and I will say this: they do get a lot of birds nesting in them.
All right, so I just to bring this to a head, I think if I'm reading the consensus here, there's a general approval of reducing the rather extensive original plan. So I think we can make progress on there. I want to make sure that we honor the original agreement, whether it's in writing or it's not in writing, because our order of conditions was contingent upon accepting the landscaping plan. So it's kind of up in the air still for us. And I'm comfortable reducing the volume of plants and trees going in, but I would like to honor, at least in principle, that which was originally agreed to. I wonder if there's any way that we could defer this. We do have a meeting on the 23rd, so I don't think we're going to delay it too long. But is it possible to talk to the neighbors?
Well, it's possible to try.
What's that?
It's possible to try, absolutely.
Yeah, and then we'll keep everybody happy.
Mm-hmm. That's fine. To the neighbors that we have, I just want to make sure I get the numbers right here. 26, 18, and 12.
I think so, because I can remember standing there and talking to somebody. If you said the name, I'd say, yeah, that's it. But I can't think of it right now.
There's a certain point when you start talking to too many people, you're never going to get agreements.
That's
I
true.
think 3 is even pushing it. 2, you can say you can get agreement. So that some people want privacy and some people want maybe sunlight.
Blecky. 18 Vos Hill Road is Blecky, and 4 of the 6 Norway spruces would be.
Yeah, so maybe it's most impactful for 18.
Okay, no, that's realistic.
Sure.
And actually, the way it's split here on the new plan, there are 3 that are split between 26 and 18, and there are 3 that are split between 18 and 12, and you've got the deciduous trees in between for 18. So that may be appropriate right there because with respect to the the pool area, the pool is where 18.
Yes.
Maybe as designed, it's already appropriate.
There is a white pine there, it looks like.
I think that's going to be. I think that's a spruce too. I'm not sure. Honestly, if you can tell by the way it looks, that to me looks like a spruce. That one in the middle.
Yeah, probably a spruce. I agree.
All right. Well, let's move this along. What's the consensus to delay it until the 23rd and get some input from number 18 Bose Hill Road?
Yeah, I like that.
All right. So input from 18 or from all of them?
The way I'm looking at it, I don't think anybody's going to get blocked from sunlight that's living at 26 Vos or 12 Vos.
Yeah, 26 has trees there anyway. That tree line's still there. Yeah, that's fine. We'll try to reach out to them to be sure that they're happy with it. Can we say that we're okay with the rest of it? We just want to deal with that back property line?
I'm okay, but I'm going to, again, defer it to those with greater arborist backgrounds than me.
I'm okay.
Wendy, are you comfortable with the planting plan, putting this issue aside of blocking the sunlight, blocking the view?
Yes, I am.
Okay. And Ingrid?
Thank you.
I am as well.
Okay, good.
Okay.
All right, so I think we're headed in the right direction. If you can reach out and just make sure you get the information, Jeff, back to Steve.
Yes.
And then we can put it on the list for April 23rd.
All right, that's fair enough.
All right, good.
All right, perfect. I'll let you guys go. I think we're all set. I'm sure everyone's in a hurry to close it out. So.
Nah.
Close it down. Close it down.
You got 15 more minutes. Let's see what happens at 12.
I've got at least 2 hours worth of additional business.
Our town clerk will show up.
Yeah, right. And sanction us. All right, thanks.
We'll see you in a couple of weeks then. Take care, guys.
All right, thanks. And I think that's it, except for additional business, and somebody would probably be shot if they came up with additional business.
I
Unless it's
actually
real
have
brief, Steve.
one small thing that Kathy requested, okay?
Yes.
And when Kathy requests things, I say, yes, ma'am.
Okay.
8 Wentworth Farm Road has a issued DEP number. I had to say that on in public so that she can issue the number. That's a requirement, that it has to be said in public.
We heard you.
We heard you. Do you have the number, or is that a secret?
No, I don't have the number here with me. I've got too many papers on my desk tonight.
All right, but there is a number. All right,
There's
good.
a number. It's been issued. That's
But
all you need to know.
We voted for that contingent upon the issue of the number, did we not?
That's correct.
Okay. Okay, so I think everybody's set to go on that, correct?
Yes.
Now that you've made the
Ready?
announcement.
That's right. Ready. She's ready to issue once
All right,
once
good.
that announcement is made. Yep.
All right. Anything else on additional business?
Not from me.
All right. Motion to adjourn? Anybody? Wendy,
So
good.
moved.
Second? No second? Ah. I'll second it. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
We're adjourned. Thank you very much. It was a long, but I think productive night. Thank you all.
Thank you, everyone.
All right. Good night.
Good night, all.
Good night.